Well, a very pleasant good afternoon and welcome, baseball fans, to another edition of Henley Baseball today, coming to you from the friendly confines of Rosser Field on the campus of Henley High School as the Hornets get set to host their crosstown rival, the Klamath Union Pelicans. Glad to be with you on this fine Monday afternoon here in the South Klamath Basin. It is the 7-8 Klamath Union Pelicans, 2-5 in Skyline Conference play against the Hornets, who are on an absolute tear. 7-0 in conference play, 11-2 overall on the season. A game that was scheduled to be played back on Saturday, actually a doubleheader scheduled to be played back on Saturday, which was rained out, pushes us here to a Monday doubleheader here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. The first of two coming up in just a bit, but we're going to step aside first, and when we come back, we'll introduce you to the Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineups. That's coming up next as we continue your coverage of Henley baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
the pace and reach of social media,
the information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Well, let's go ahead and introduce you first to the visitors today, and that'll be the Klamath Union Pelicans as they go up against Mark Carpenter on the mound for Henley. Leading off for Klamath Union is going to be the center fielder Maruk Morris, followed by Griffin Johnson, the right fielder. P.J. Safford bats third and is catching. Ryan Glidden hits cleanup for Klamath Union, is playing shortstop today, followed by Reese Johnson, the third baseman, hitting fifth. Nathan Ferns hits sixth at first base. Jack Everett is pitching, hitting seventh. Luis Mesa Bravo is at second base, batting eighth. And rounding out the Pelican order is Nolan Baker. He plays in left field. Like I said, Mark Carpenter on the mound for Henley. We'll take a deeper look at him in just a moment. But first, the starting lineup for the Henley Hornets as Mark Carpenter hits leadoff, followed by Connor Shively, the shortstop, hitting second. Jacoby Takini, the catcher, bats third, followed by the cleanup hitter and second baseman Max Price. Bo Pyle, the designated hitter, bats fifth, followed by Derek Cox, hitting sixth. And at third base, Corbin Hamilton is playing first base, batting seventh, followed by Carson Pimley in right field, hitting eighth. And Ryan Douglas rounds out the Henley order in center field and batting ninth. It looks like we are just about ready for baseball, and as is customary here at Henley High School, a couple of minutes early, about 1:54 as we get ready for first pitch. It's a beautiful day for baseball, about 60 degrees right here as Mark Carpenter looks in and gets ready to deliver the first pitch to Maruk Morris. First pitch swung on and missed. An outside fastball gets Carpenter ahead in the count 0-1, and we are underway. Looking at Mark Carpenter so far this season, the senior has a 4-0 record. This is his fifth start coming into the game today as he gets ready with the 0-1 pitch. Looked at for strike two. Carpenter, in those 4 previous starts, he's got 29 innings pitched, an ERA of .72. It's Carpenter in an 0-2, ready from the windup, goes with the curveball and gets Morris swinging for the first out in the first inning. We can go around the diamond now for Henley as Jacoby Tacchini, the other half of the Hornets battery, with Derek Cox at third, Connor Shively at short, Max Price at second, Corbin Hamilton at first. The outfield from left to right, it's Hunter Glidden, Ryan Douglas, and Carson Pimley. First pitch into Johnson is a called strike. The count 0-1 to Johnson. Taking a look at Griffin on the season. Batting average of 188 entering play today. Now in an 0-2 count against Carpenter. Here comes Mark again, here with the 0-2. Goes curveball again, this time in the dirt. Got Johnson swinging, and he goes down as the second strikeout in as many at-bats for Klamath Union. Now it's up to P.J. Safford, the team's leading hitter coming into play today. Safford bats .375, has played in and started every single game for Klamath Union this year. And as we take a look at Klamath Union as a team so far this season, right now on a 4-game losing streak dating back to Wednesday the 16th. As Safford checks his swing on an upstairs fastball down in the count 0-1. Couple of losses, 3 losses to Hidden Valley, followed by a loss last Wednesday against Henley. That game was played at Kiger Stadium, an 11-2 loss there for Klamath Union, and a win for Henley. 0-1, Safford watches that one miss wide. The count, a ball and a strike to the Klamath Union right-handed hitter. Always an interesting matchup, watching Carpenter and Safford go after each other. A couple of real friends away from the game of baseball, as there a miss outside, 2-1. Carpenter tried to go with the breaking pitch. But guys who, during football season, competing against each other, would spend time together during the year. Of course, here in baseball, they compete against each other, but spend time outside of the sport together. So 2-1 misses downstairs. Now 3-1. Just always good friendly competition between these two friends. As a matter of fact, back on that Wednesday game that I had mentioned a few minutes ago, it was Safford who was pitching. Got the start for KU there and held Mark to, less than his season average at the plate. This time, Carpenter challenges Safford up in the zone, and Safford offers up and misses. So now the count is full. 3 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, top of the first inning in a scoreless ball game. Big pitch here in just the first inning. Carpenter delivers. Safford chases it in the dirt. That is strike 3. Tacchini makes the throw down to first, and that will end the inning. Carpenter strikes out the side in the top of the first inning. To the bottom half we go here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Base or something. Josh Eldridge back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and live free video today on mybasin.com as we get ready for the bottom of the first inning. And we'll take just a quick look at the starter on the mound for Klamath Union. That is Jack Everett. Looking at Everett so far this season, he's without a decision. This will be his first start of the season, his 8th overall appearance. He's pitched 6 2/3 innings previously, so a bit of a small sample size to go off of, but an ERA of 6.3. He'll go up against a Henley order, which is arguably one of the best in the state. He'll certainly have his work cut out for him today, but he's got a defense behind him that goes like this. P.J. Safford is catching, Johnson at third, Glidden at short, Mesa Bravo at second, Ferns at first, Baker is in left, Morris is in center, and Johnson is in right. And here we go with Mark Carpenter getting ready to step up to the dish now for Henley. We talked a little bit about Carpenter's pitching stats, but at the dish, he is just as deadly, if not more. A .491 average coming into play today. Here's the first pitch to him. It's a breaking ball that misses low, 1-0.
Last game we talked about how Henley loves to steal. So I think P.J. Safford is the perfect choice behind the plate. Can hose down those steals into second.
Yeah, he's certainly a change that we've seen made for KU from Wednesday to now this game being played on Monday. Mesa Bravo was catching. Now he's out there at second. P.J. Safford, of course, now taking position behind home plate. He was the starting pitcher last time these two teams played. As Mark Carpenter ahead in the count, 2-0. Pitch from Everett. That one is going to find the zone. Looked to be a two-seam fastball. Started away, but broke back towards the right-handed hitting Carpenter. Still ahead in the count, 2-1. So it's Carpenter, Shively, and Takini due up here in the top of the first inning. Still scoreless in the first of 2 games today between Henley and Klamath Union. Here's the pitch from Carpenter. He hits that one a ton, deep to left field. Baker is going back, and he will have to watch that one sail goodbye. And a leadoff home run for Mark Carpenter puts Henley up 1-0. That was a breaking pitch that Carpenter got every single bit of, and home run number 3 on the season for him. His 19th RBI, his 25th run scored. You can't start a game much better than that if you're Mark Carpenter.
As far as stats goes, that's pretty much on par with his past stats.
Yeah. Last year, it felt like he hit a home run about every week. I think he finished with 9 or 10 a season ago. And there was his third there. So now it's Connor Shively. The left-handed bat watches one miss outside, 1-0. Looking at Shively so far this season, also a great hitter at the top of the Henley order, batting .388. It's the 1-0. Another pitch misses outside. Something interesting that Henley has changed in their lineup since their game back on Wednesday is Mark Carpenter and Connor Shively have sort of swapped spots. Carpenter usually batting second, Shively usually batting leadoff. But Carpenter clearly saw something, and the team did to allow him to hit leadoff. As Shively sends a fly ball into shallow center field, it looks like no one could get to it. Shively takes a big turnaround first and gets 2. Seems like some sort of defensive miscommunication there in center field. A playable ball winds up dropping and allowing Shively to get on board at second. So still with nobody out, the Hornets have a runner in scoring position and the league leader in RBI at the plate, and that's the freshman Jacoby Takini. Now he has stayed exactly where he was throughout the rest of the season. That's hitting third in this order with guys getting on base in front of him, and that's why he has 23 runs batted in this season. Leadoff a second is Shively. Everett delivers home. The pitch misses high, and the count is 1-0.
As a pitcher, that's such a heartbreaking play to see. You know, you give up a well, you have such a great hitter lead off, hits a home run. You want to see your defense rally behind you, and the miscommunication, that's just heartbreaking.
Now it's going to be up to Everett to try to grit down and continue to find a way out of this inning. As that pitch looked like it missed in against Takini, 2-0. The defense has been something of a question mark this year for Klamath Union, specifically in their series earlier this season against Hidden Valley when they combined for 11 errors over a doubleheader. And so it's been something to keep track of is the defense for Klamath Union. We'll see if Henley is able to exploit it during this game. As again, that was ruled a base hit for Shively and allowed him to reach second just based off of hustle alone. But
he's a dangerous man on the bases.
Yeah, there's no doubt about that. Leads the team in stolen bases, leads the conference in stolen bases. Here's a curveball, and Takini got it off the end of the bat, popped up in foul territory. The catcher, Safford, moves over to put that one away, and that is the first out in the first inning. Runner remains at second, and that's Shively. Here's Max Price, guy who's missed some time this season, actually made his return last time these two teams played. But for the season, Price, he doesn't quite meet the criteria for at-bats per game, but he is batting .444 through 22 plate appearances. So in the time that we've seen him, he's been great for Henley this season.
He played well last game against KU. We were there at Kiger Stadium. He had a couple good plays, good at-bats.
Here he takes a pitch high, 1-0. He's a guy who just sort of fits seamlessly into wherever you put him. You can miss him for a couple of games. When he's ready to come back, he's a guy you absolutely want in the lineup. And whether he's playing the outfield or whether he's playing second base like he is today, or on the rare occasion where he pitches, he's a useful guy to have in the order.
Definitely versatile.
Everett's going to step off and walk Shively back to second. He's there safely. And again, still a 1-0 count to Max Price. And he's got that wide batting stance, keeps his hands low.
I assume just to look for contact, no?
There he goes, showing bunt.
All right.
Shoots it down the third base line. It'll be well foul. You know, one of the reasons he keeps his hands so low is to get them quick through the zone. He doesn't have too much gear up, rock, and go through the zone. He really just throws his hands to the baseball. And if you create hard contact and you've got speed, put the ball in play, good things tend to happen.
At this level, you don't really need to hit a bomb every time. Just put it in play and hope to miss some defenders out there.
Yeah, just
definitely
try to find
hit.
Exactly. That pitch misses high to him. 2-0 to Max Price. After Price in the order, it's Bo Pyle. Henley leads this game 1-0 early. A leadoff home run from Mark Carpenter got the offense started. Connor Shively followed that up with a double. He still stands out there at second. And a 2-1 count to Max Price, and timeout is called. Looks like P.J. Safford wants to go have a discussion with his pitcher, Jack Everett. And maybe an issue with the baseball, perhaps?
Either Carpenter or Shively took a piece out of that ball.
Yeah. They return that ball to the dugout, and so we've got a new one out there. Looks like we're about ready to play. As Jack Everett comes set. Again, a 2-1 count to Price at the plate. Here's the delivery, and upstairs fastball sails on him. And the count is 3-2. And Everett hasn't been able to place it, at least in the first few pitches of this game, but that two-seam fastball has quite a bit of run to it. If he can start to get that pitch down, could create some problems with how much just movement is on that two-seam fastball. Here's the 3-1. Price shows bunt, lays this one down the third base line, and it kicks foul off the cut of the grass. And so now the count will run full. Price likely not going to bunt here.
Great heads-up play from the third baseman there, Reese Johnson, to pick it up before it rolls back into play there.
Yeah, we've seen that happen a couple times this year, especially on these thicker cuts of grass where a ball might kick either way. Smart there by making sure to touch it in foul territory for sure. There's the 3-2. That one again misses high, and a walk issued to Price. And so he is aboard at first. Still just one out for Bo Pyle. Bo Pyle this season batting .353. Had quite a streak a few games ago of extra base hits, and was actually ended the last time these two teams played when he was still 2 for 4. He had an RBI, but no extra base hits for Bo. This time drives one to center field. Moving over is Morris. Has to reach high to make the catch, but does. In the meantime, though, Shively will tag from second to third. Price stays put at first. The catch made, making it 2 outs. Runners at the corners for Derek Cox.
Now, I don't think that was meant to be a sacrifice fly, but it ended up working out that way.
Yeah, you move a guy over in that case, and if you're Bo Pyle, I mean, you can't hit a ball much harder than that. It's just right at the center fielder, unfortunately. But you'll take that and hope that your guy, Derek Cox, can come pick you up. And he's been an interesting guy to watch this season for Henley. Haven't seen a ton of him. He's a call-up from the junior varsity Hornets. Looks like Max Price trying to get himself caught out there in a pickle to allow the run to score, but instead they're just going to allow Price to advance to second. So now a base hit could score 2 with a couple of guys in scoring position.
That was a great decision by P.J. Safford not to throw that down. I've seen many a catcher throw to second just because they see some movement and forget about the guy on third.
Here's the 1-0, and that pitch will miss high. The count now 2-0.
Now, we mentioned last game that there's a couple brothers on these teams.
Yeah.
Now, I'm excited to see because they both pitch, and they're both obviously in the batting lineup. So I'm excited to see if we get some brother-on-brother action here from the mound to the plate.
Yeah, we got a doubleheader today, so a lot of baseball to go, and that's certainly something special to keep an eye out for. Again, only just getting started here at Rosser Field. Bottom of the first inning. Henley leads 1-0. First of 2 today, and it's a 3-0 count to Derek Cox, in danger of walking the bases loaded, and Everett does just that. So they are juiced for Corbin Hamilton. Hamilton's a guy you're okay with hitting with the bases loaded, a guy who likes to get on base. Looking at the numbers for Corbin this season, an on-base percentage of .682. Oh, pardon me, 368. 682 is his OPS, on-base plus slugging, which is still a great number, as we got a meeting between pitcher and the catcher and Coach Jake Overstreet out there for Klamath Union. It's a good time for us to remind you that today's game brought to you in part by Gino's Cafe down on East Main Street. They're open every morning at 6:30, serving their famous breakfast burritos. Those are served all day long, along with other menu items like burgers, monthly specials, and Italian favorites. You can order online at iloveginos.com, or you can order on DoorDash.
Now, Corbin Hamilton, he has 10 RBIs this season so far. Well, he's looking to add to that today, I assume, this at-bat. Bases loaded.
Sure hope so.
Excellent opportunity.
He's a guy who's grown quite a bit, as a younger player. Corbin this year, he is a sophomore, got quite a bit of playing time as a freshman on this baseball team. But where he grew the most, and you could make the case for a handful of guys on both teams today, and that was spending the summer with the Klamath Falls Falcons, playing against guys who are, 6A, 5A high school players who are all conference at those levels. You can only get better by playing guys who are better than you, and Corbin is certainly a case study in that, has improved so much from his summer. Ahead in the count 1-0. This time Everett goes with a breaking pitch and finds the outer third, evens the count, a ball and a strike. It's Shively at third, Price at second, and Cox over there at first. Hamilton awaits the pitch. That one's in the dirt, but Safford doing a fine job of keeping that one in front of him. One of the reasons why PJ finds himself behind the dish today, a quality defender at the catcher position for Klamath Union.
PJ is absolutely a versatile player. When we talk about that, he can play anywhere on the diamond.
2-1, breaking pitch. Corbin lifts it high in the air, center field. Morris coming in, makes the catch, and that will end the inning. But the Hornets do score 1 on a solo home run from Mark Carpenter. 2 total hits, and the bases left loaded. But we go to the top of the second inning with Henley up 1-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com. Getting ready for the top of the second inning. It's Henley 1, Klamath Union nothing. Leading off this inning for Klamath Union is Ryan Glidden, Reese Johnson, and Nathan Ferns. Here's the pitch from Carpenter. The curveball started in on the hands of Glidden but broke back across the plate in there for a strike, 0-1. Couldn't ask for much of a better inning from Carpenter in the first. Struck out 3 batters.
3 up, 3 down.
Here's the 0-1. Swung on and missed. To count 0-2 to Glidden. Looking at Ryan so far this season, a .324 hitter. That's good for third best on the team. Right now in a less than ideal count against a great pitcher. Here's the 0-2 from Carpenter. Looked at for strike 3. Carpenter goes off speed on the first 2 pitches, then rears back for the fastball on strike 3. 4 consecutive strikeouts to start the game for Mark Carpenter. Stepping in now for Klamath Union is Reese Johnson. Reese batting .250 to start the year. He has played in and started every game this year for Klamath Union. Fouls the first pitch off, 0-1. And as you talked about the other day, Walter, a 3-sport athlete, this young man. He really does it all.
Varsity as well.
Yeah. Plays a little basketball in the winter, starting quarterback during the fall season as he fights off the inside pitch. Count now moves to 0-2. Earlier in the fall, we actually had Reese down to our studio at 104.3 and 960 Sports for our sports talk show, Ballin' in the Basin. Shared some insight about Klamath Union football. As that pitch misses high. And the rebuild that really all of KU athletics have been going through the last couple of years, even during our commercial break, talking to the athletic director, Tyler Baker. He's certainly instrumental in that. The coaches of this team, the Overstreets, have become very involved with KU athletics. Of course, Michael, the head coach here at KU, and Jake, the head coach of KU football.
As I'm watching here, I'm picking up some things. Henley seems to be incredibly confident in their starting pitcher, Mark Carpenter.
Reason to be as well.
Yeah.
Reigning 4A Player of the Year. Here's the 2-2. Curveball. That one, thought it might have got him, and it did. So hit by pitch is the first base runner as Johnson is aboard. It caught his front sleeve, and so he is on base. And that brings up the Klamath Union first baseman, Nathan Ferns.
If you're going to get hit, that's the ideal place to get hit.
Yeah, just barely on the sleeve.
Just barely.
I believe it was earlier this season they brought out the radar gun for Carpenter, and he was hitting high 80s on his fastball.
Wow.
And, yeah, would rather not get hit by that personally.
Yeah, me either. Is he being recruited? Do you know?
I believe that he's made a commitment to college, although I'm unsure exactly where. I know that he had a couple offers. I just don't know if he exactly wants it public yet, but I know that he's gotten a couple offers from a couple different places. He's certainly good enough to play at the next level. There's no doubt about that. Carpenter blows another fastball by Ferns. This time evens the count at a ball and a strike. Runner on first is Johnson. Henley leads 1-0 in the top of the second inning.
As I'm watching these strikeouts, I can't even blame these players trying to face off against Mark Carpenter. I'd be the same out there.
It's extremely difficult to hit a guy like this. I mean, an ERA of sub-1 is just unheard of, really. 1-1 coming up. Swung on and missed, a ball and 2 strikes. What makes a guy like Carpenter so dangerous is not only can he place the fastball and the breaking ball well, there's such a velocity difference between his curveball and his fastball to where if you're expecting curveball and you get the fastball thrown at you, good luck catching up to it because you got to be waiting on that fastball. And then if you do, you get caught out in front of the breaking ball. It's just really hard to scout a guy like him until you get in the batter's box and actually see it. It's a 2-2 count to Ferns as the slider missed in the dirt.
As I watched that slider, I expected to be right in the middle of the plate, and then it just broke.
And then, yeah, it dips off the table. Here's the 2-2. There's the two-seam fastball that Ferns swings underneath and goes down on strikes for the second out in the second inning.
All right, pitcher on pitcher. Here we go.
Yeah, Jack Everett stepping in now. He looks to help out his own cause and try to keep a 2-out rally alive with a runner aboard on first.
Now, KU is the team of 2-out rallies. We watched multiple innings last game. They waited till they had 2 outs to start swinging the bat, or at least hitting the ball.
Yeah, it's interesting because it's kind of been the identity of this team, whether by design or not, is whether it's 2 outs in an inning or just late innings in a ball game, it seems to be when they come alive most.
The comeback team.
Yeah, I mean, you even look to a season ago, and there was a big win. Goodness, if my memory doesn't fail me, I believe it was Madras in a 14-13 comeback win for KU, where they saved most of their offense until the final inning. And it's just sort of been how they've operated these last couple of seasons. But clearly, there's improvement year after year, and it's working for them.
I watched them pregame. They're doing they're hitting in the cages. It's not like they're not warming up.
Right.
It's just game time.
Sometimes it takes a little while to get going, especially when you got a starter on the mound, the caliber of Carpenter. Sometimes just getting to that second or third guy on the mound is what you need to do to come out and win a ball game. So it's important to drag these at-bats out like Klamath Union is doing, right? In a 3-1 count, it's Jack Everett. Had a guy get on base and just trying to make Carpenter throw pitches and get him off the hill.
I also assume it takes a while to figure out a pitcher's game, like their style, what they're going to throw in a certain situation, trying to read their pitches.
Yeah. That time Everett takes a fastball outside, but called a strike, and the count is full. 3-2, 2 outs, and a runner on first. 1-0 in the top of the second inning. Henley leads. Carpenter trying to get out of this one. Here's the pitch. That one is fouled off, and we'll do it again. Count remains full. 3-2 to Jack Everett with Luis Meza Bravo, the KU second baseman, waiting on deck. One other game going on in the Skyline Conference today, by the way. That's Mazama taking on Phoenix, although that doubleheader doesn't start until 4 o'clock today. So won't be able to give you any updates until our second game of the afternoon. 3-2 again, fouled back. And so we'll do it once more. Reese Johnson, you may have seen it there if you're watching on the live video stream, that Johnson's going to be on the move here with a full count and 2 outs. So if Everett is able to shoot one in the gap, a chance at maybe a run for KU. Second baseman Price playing well to the right. A fastball outside. Everett goes down looking as Carpenter strikes out 3 more batters in the second inning. Give him 6 for the game, and his team still leads 1-0. Headed to the bottom of the second on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Getting ready in the bottom of the second inning. It is Henley 1, Klamath Union nothing. Due up this half for Henley is going to be Carson Pimley, Ryan Douglas, and Mark Carpenter. That's 8, 9, and 1 in the Henley lineup as they look to expand upon this lead. It was a solo home run for Mark Carpenter. That's been all the offense today for Henley, but of course still here in the early going.
Carpenter doing everything for Henley today. Down from pitching to scoring their only run, a home run actually. He's been impressive so far. And it's only the second inning.
Yeah. Well, you come away with a home run and 6 strikeouts on the mound, you say, that's a pretty good full day's work, yeah. I think. But Carpenter's done it in an inning and a half.
Yeah, I agree.
So here's Carson Pimley getting ready to step in for the Hornets. Pimley this season batting .297. Has played in all but 2 of Henley's games this season as he takes a ball 1-0.
Jack Everett pitching well against Henley today, especially for a younger pitcher like himself. He still has, 2 years ahead of him?
Yeah. You know, something that was interesting as we were talking about during our commercial break, Walter, you noticed that Everett doesn't exactly have the same velocity that a guy like Carpenter was, as that pitch comes in and hits Pimley, so he'll get first base there. But in some cases, having a little bit less velocity might actually help a guy like Everett if you can get the location down. And the reason that is because the harder the ball comes at you, the harder it's going to go out if you hit it.
Mm-hmm.
So if you don't provide that velocity from the pitcher, you get more pop-outs, which we saw a lot of in the first inning, or you hope for a ground ball as well. Douglas getting ready to step in. He's a guy that you'd like to avoid having hit a ground ball because he can certainly beat out an infield single. Move over to first, back safely is Pimley.
It's a good idea if you can make the throw to first to make it, especially against this Henley team, trying to keep them honest on the bases there. It'd be interesting to see where Henley ranks among stolen bases in the conference. I assume somewhere around first.
Yeah, I believe they are first. I don't know about team totals for Henley, but I do know that Connor Shively and Mark Carpenter, those two guys are leading the conference in stolen bases. And so even the rest of the teams around the conference I don't think would tally up to what those two guys plus help from, Ryan Douglas and Porter Frost when he's able to get on base. He usually runs for the catcher, Jacoby Tacchini, but all these guys are fast. And again, something I talked about a week ago on Wednesday was just how smart they've become on the base paths too. And that's because of good coaching. As another move over to first, Pimley is back safe. Douglas, a tall batting stance. No batting gloves. Always love to see that, too, as the 0-1 misses in. Kicks away from Safford for a moment. Pimley hesitated on his break for second and is therefore unable to make the run. And so he stays put at first. Lucky break there for KU as Pimley just couldn't quite get a good enough read on that pitch in the dirt.
Now we keep talking about how these boys have played in the summer. Now, Henley has read that P.J. Safford can make that throw and is able to make that throw.
Yeah.
And I believe that's why he didn't steal second in that instance.
Well, I think he just didn't get the good enough jump on it right in that moment. And if you don't get up and go with Safford behind the dish, you're not going to get that base at all. So I think you're exactly right. Ball and 2 strikes, the count to Douglas at the plate. Mark Carpenter is on deck. Temperature continues to climb here today at Henley. Had first pitch at about 60 degrees, now up to 62. Could see 65 by the time things are over today.
Wow. That's a heat wave in this.
Yeah. With the way the spring has gone, you're certainly right. The 1-2 misses outside. Breaking for second is Carson Pimley, but he slides in safely. And so a steal of second base for Pimley puts him in scoring position. And a 2-2 count at the plate for Ryan Douglas. Base hit probably scores Pimley here, but a ball in play likely moves him to third at least.
Or a passed ball.
Here's the 2-2 on its way.
Wow.
Douglas hits that one deep to left field, but it bends foul.
Definitely caught a piece of that.
Yeah, just out in front of it a little bit, sending it foul. And so we'll do it again in a 2-2 count to Douglas. Looking at Douglas on the season, a 200 hitter. Played in most of the games this year for Henley, and it took him some work to get his batting average back up to 200, but once he got there, he's been fairly consistent. Here he hits a curveball over out to short. Glidden over, up with it. The throw on to first is not in time. And advancing to third on the throw is Carson Pimley. And so now you've got runners at the corners and nobody out for Mark Carpenter. And there it was, just a ground ball in the infield, but Ryan Douglas fast enough to beat out the infield single.
We saw him do this last game as well. Just a ground ball to shortstop, but he beats it out.
Yeah,
with that speed.
Extremely fast over there, and in position to probably steal second early in this at-bat as Mark Carpenter looks to relive his first at-bat when he hit a solo home run over the left field fence. It was his third home run of the season.
Do you believe that we will see Douglas try and get into pickle?
I think we may just see him try to straight steal second. I don't think he's out there to mess around. They throw over there to check him out at first, but I'll give him 1 or 2 pitches probably before he's off and running. Everett comes set, decides to move over to third this time without a throw. I think maybe to see if Douglas is on the move. Klamath Union's going to do everything they can to not allow him to just steal second. See if maybe they throw a pitch out to Carpenter to allow Safford to make a throw. Here's the first pitch. It's a curveball. Carpenter pops it up in the infield. Looks playable for the shortstop, Glidden, and he makes the catch for the first down. So with one away, that will bring up Connor Shively, the left-handed bat for Henley. He was able to double his first time up, makes him 1 for 1 on the ball game. That double for Shively, that gave him his first double of the season, his first extra base hit. That's sort of hard to believe for a guy like Shively, but 18 singles and now 1 double on the season for him. As P.J. Safford emerges from behind home plate to give signs to his infield. Trying to decide what they want to do if they've got a man on the move here, which they are all aware they likely do. A good lead off of first for Douglas. Decent secondary lead as the two-seam fastball misses outside 1-0. Safford popped out of his stance like he was going to throw down to first, but instead just gives it back to the pitcher. Douglas still on first, not moving yet. And before he comes set, Jack Everett takes a look over there. Shively swings and fouls one off towards the new bathroom and concession stand here at Henley. They were doing construction on that this time last year and throughout most of football season too. So it's good to see that building finally finished over there. A 1-1 count to Shively. Here's the pitch. Look to be the fastball. Douglas is on the move, and he will get in there standing. And so 2 runners in scoring position for Shively as that last pitch missed outside, makes it 2-1 to left-hander.
Now, if you're Jack Everett in this situation, you don't need to strike him out. His placement so far has forced a lot of fly balls, short hits, and that's all you need to do as a pitcher is just make them hit playable balls for your defense.
Exactly right. The 2-1, Shively fouls it off, makes it 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ball hit hard to the corners here. Don't be shocked if Johnson or Ferns decides to throw home to try to cut down the lead runner. But anything else will probably score a run. This time a curveball line back up the middle. That's into center field, a base hit. This will probably score 2. Pimley's going to score. They're waving Douglas around to score, and a 2 RBI single extends Henley's lead 3-0. Shively with 2 RBIs and a 2-for-2 day, and Henley leads by 3.
That was a great placement. If you were to place a hit, that's exactly where you want to hit it.
No doubt. Potentially on our broadcast here, the fighter jets going out towards Kingsley Field. Walter, did you know we're having an air show in July?
We are?
We're having an air show out at Kingsley Field in July. As a matter of fact, our stations are a sponsor of the event. But, yeah, it's going to be pretty cool. July 19th and 20th, a chance for everyone to come out and see the air show. First pitch to Tacchini, throw down to second to try to stop Shively. Tag apply, but the ball pops free. And so Shively is in safe. A great throw down from the catcher, but when the tag was applied, it just fell out of the glove out there at second. So runner in scoring position for Jacoby Tacchini.
Speaking about that air show, did you know that Kingsley Field is somewhat famous within the Air Force? They are like 1 or 2 of the only bases that are able to do the training that they do with the jets that they have.
That is interesting. I think I had heard something about that, but I know that's why so many people come to our area to train for the Air National Guard and the Air Force and things like that. It is a 1-1 count to Takini. The scoreboard here reads 1-0. Here's the pitch, and regardless, he's going to get a free base. That pitch came in and hit him.
Does not matter.
And so Shively stays at second. Porter Frost going to come out and run for Takini at first.
Although if you were to purposely walk a batter, Takini's the one that I would walk. Takini and Carpenter.
With a runner in scoring position, you're exactly right about that. But the lineup for Henley doesn't get much easier as Max Price gets ready to step in. Price worked a good at-bat his last time up, but was eventually issued a walk where he was left stranded in scoring position.
You know, they talk about the beginning of the lineup being like where you just want to get through the batters, and at the end it's easier. I think Henley has an all-around great lineup. That no matter where you're at in the lineup, you have difficult hitters to face.
You know, it's interesting. The show I talked about a little bit earlier, Ballin' in the Basin, airs weekly on this station on 104.3 and 960 Sports. We were talking about this Henley team and kind of dissecting it a little bit. I kind of compared it to Murderer's Row. Do you know what that is?
No.
It's what they called the New York Yankees of the 1920s because they were just so good offensively. And this, I compared this Henley team to that group because you look at guys at the top of the order like Shively, Carpenter, and Takini. Combined, they're batting .443. Wow. These three guys lead almost every offensive statistical category in the Skyline Conference. The whole conference,
wow.
Whether it's batting average, hits, doubles, runs batted in, at least two of those three guys are at the top of every one of those lists. And so, I mean, they are dangerous. And it doesn't get much easier when you talk about guys like Bo Pyle down in the order, or Corbin Hamilton, who we talked about, or Ryan Douglas, who's able to beat out an infield hit, or Carson Sims, who's out missing right now with a wrist injury, but he was up second on the team in batting before he went down. And so, I mean, it does not stop in this Henley lineup as Max Price settles back in a 2-1 count. A couple of runners on base. His team leads 3-0 against Klamath Union. Jack Everett comes set and gets ready for the 2-1. It's a breaking pitch that's fouled off. Count moves now to 2-2 to Max Price.
You know what's nice about the size of these schools, this conference 4A, is that athletes can play multiple sports, and they can be good at multiple sports.
Yeah.
Because, say, Mark Carpenter never played baseball. We'd never know how good he would be if he never played baseball. Say he chose basketball instead. So that's the nice thing about 4A.
2-2 swung on and missed. Price goes down on strikes for the second out in the inning. But I'd say at this level, to your point, Walter, it's almost, I mean, you're pretty much encouraged to play multiple sports.
Absolutely.
You know, just to try to fill all of the teams.
Just to be an athlete.
Yeah.
And, you know, that helps off-season conditioning-wise. Say you play basketball, that keeps you fast for base running.
Yeah.
Or you play football. You lift weights for football. It keeps you powerful for hitting.
You made a great point about P.J. Safford, the KU catcher, last time we were out here as Bo Pyle pops one into foul territory. He's now in an 0-1 count. About football being key for footwork. I mean, you look at a guy like P.J. behind the plate. He's got good footwork. It helps him out there on the mound with pickoff moves and things like that. So, I mean, every sport has something positive you can take from one and apply to another. That's certainly true. It's an 0-1 count to Bo Pyle. Here's the pitch from Everett. A curveball that Pyle hits deep to left center field. Moving over is the center fielder by the fence, but Morris will make the catch for the third out. But a 2 RBI single from Connor Shively puts Henley up 3-0 as we go to the top of the third inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate!
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Top of the third inning, and Henley leads Klamath Union 3-0 in this Skyline Conference affair, the first of two today for beautiful Rosser Field at Henley High School. It was a win in the first two meetings between these teams for Henley. Back on April 3rd, a 13-1 win over Klamath Union, and then back on Wednesday last week, 11-2 win against Klamath Union. Sandwiched in there for Henley were 7 other wins, so that puts them on a winning streak of 9 total games, and the season continues on Saturday this weekend when they host the Junction City Tigers. But can't look ahead of KU right now as Luis Mesa Bravo gets ready to step in. The first pitch from Carpenter, around the knees on the outer third, but called a strike to the Klamath Union second baseman.
So give me the breakdown on what you see from Mark Carpenter's selection here, the placement of the balls.
He's just confident, and he does a good job of working away from right-handed hitters to try to create weaker contact. You'll see him go with the two-seam fastball out that breaks back across the zone. 1-2 count now to Mesa Bravo. That's the one thing that's always you always get from Mark Carpenter is just unfettered confidence. He doesn't care if his team is up 5 runs, if his team is down 5 runs. He's going to be confident, and he's going to throw strikes. He limits the walks for the most part, and, I mean, he's just confident out there, and it radiates to the rest of his team.
What's that they say? Consistency is the most important skill?
I'd say so. 2-2 count. And Mark's been consistent now for, I mean, this is his 4th season. He started as a freshman, as a varsity-level pitcher, was very good then, and has only gotten better. Now the count will run full to Luis Mesa Bravo. So much so that, of course, we talked about last year he was the entire classifications player of the year at the 4A level.
He's in his prime.
The 3-2 is swung on and missed. Mesa Bravo goes down on strikes for another strikeout for Carpenter, 7 for the game so far. This will bring up Nolan Baker, the number 9 hitter in the Klamath Union order. Looking at Baker so far this season, a batting average of 185. There's a strike on the outside, 0-1 the count.
You liken this Henley lineup to the New York Yankees in the 1920s. Who do you liken Mark Carpenter's pitching style to?
Man, that's hard because there's so many mean right-handers throughout the history. I mean, really, well, let's see. Here he goes with the 0-2. You know, demeanor-wise and attitude-wise, you know, I obviously don't know this man personally, so I could be speaking out of tone. But you know someone called Zach Greinke?
Never heard of him.
He's a major league player. He played for the Diamondbacks, for the Royals, and down looking again goes Baker. He also played for the Dodgers, and just a confident pitcher. Played for everybody and always just came out ready to throw. It didn't matter if he was playing for the Dodgers and his guys were winning by 10 runs, or if he was playing for the Diamondbacks and they were losing to the Dodgers by 10 runs. Didn't really matter. Greinke was out there throwing, and that's what I'd have to say. First pitch to Maruk Morris dips below the zone, 1-0. Morris 0 for 1 today with a strikeout. All of Carpenter's outs today have been strikeouts. Here's the 1-0. Fouled off, 1-1.
What do you think about that bat? Ticonderoga, number 2.
There you go. It is a pencil, huh? Hey, that's pretty cool. Got the eraser on top, number 2 pencil bat.
Yes, sir.
Here's the 1-1. Swung on and missed, a ball and 2 strikes. Morris trying to find his center before stepping back into the box against Carpenter. Here he comes with the 1-2 from the windup. That one dips out of the zone. 2 balls and 2 strikes. Carpenter's season high, and we'll establish this now in case we get there later on the season, or later in the game. The 2-2 comes in and hits Morris. He's awarded first base there.
Fills in that bubble.
Carpenter's season high strikeout total came on April 11th against Hidden Valley when he struck out 14 batters. His last outing, he struck out 11 against Phoenix. He's certainly a strikeout pitcher, but today he's been in a different mode. He's either hit or struck you out in the first 10 batters. He also hit Johnson back in the second inning. And, of course, Morris just got hit as well. But now Griffin Johnson steps in. He was a strikeout casualty back in the first inning. Here's a pitch.
Wow.
Fouled off. Look out, softball back there. That one almost wound up in center field.
What a pitch that was.
Of course, Henley and Klamath Union softball playing behind us. We'll try to give you score updates for that doubleheader as we move throughout hours today. The 0-1 count to Griffin Johnson. Carpenter delivers. That one is in the zone. Strike two. After Johnson in the order is P.J. Safford for the Pelicans. As Carpenter ready to go with the 0-2. That one also fouled back, and the count remains 0-2 to Klamath Union right fielder Griffin Johnson.
Staying alive.
We talked about it back on Wednesday. The deeper a batter can get into an at-bat, typically better outcome you have. That time a bender. Carpenter thought he got Johnson frozen, but instead a ball called high out of the zone. Good patience there by Johnson not to chase that curveball. If you can recognize it out of the hands, you know it's not going to break enough to be a strike there. The 1-2 again. This time hit out towards short. Connor Shively up with it. He's going to make the throw to first in time, and that will be the inning. The Pelicans leave one stranded, but they are still scoreless as we go to the bottom of the third in a 3-0 Henley lead on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
Getting ready for the bottom of the third inning here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Due up this half for Henley. It's going to be Derek Cox, Corbin Hamilton, and Carson Pimley as Jack Everett looks to keep things right where they are, and that's with a 3-0 Henley scoreline.
If we're going based off of Henley performances in general, I'd say that's impressive.
You know, all things considered, if you look at the previous two times these teams played, and we go to the third inning in all of those, I guess in the previous two times. In the first time these teams met, Klamath Union was up 12 runs. In the second time these teams met, Klamath Union was up 4 runs. And so I suppose, Henley was up 4 runs. So I suppose all things considered, not a bad start for Klamath Union. If you can keep yourself in reach and hope for a big inning offensively, that's really what you're after, I think, at this point.
You know, putting Jack Everett in at pitcher, we haven't seen many performances from him. We were kind of questioning it, or not we. I guess I was. Nothing against him, just we haven't seen a lot.
It's his first start of the season. He's pitched in 6 other games, but it's his first start.
Right. So especially against the Henley lineup, a young pitcher, we were like, just kind of questioning it, but he's played well. He's definitely proved us wrong.
.3-0 the count right now to Derek Cox. Cox walked and was left stranded out on base back in the first inning. Here's the pitch to him now. That one finds the zone.
Excellent pitch.
Yeah, good two-seamer there from Everett to get back into it. But that's a good pitch to try to create weak contact for an inside fastball.
Absolutely.
See where he goes here on the 3-1. That
wow.
one fouled straight back, 3-2.
We talk about batters battling back from being behind in the count, but Jack Everett does a great job of battling back as a pitcher when down in the count.
Yeah, he's throwing strikes, which is certainly good. That's what you hope to see from him right now. Down in the count, 3-0. Got it back to 3-2. Now here's the pitch. That one just missed outside. Looked like he went with the breaking pitch. He's been confident with that pitch today, but that time just missed a little outside, and it gives Cox the walk for the second time today. And here's Corbin Hamilton. Now Hamilton he hit the ball hard to center field to end the first inning, but he was able to see the ball pretty well. The tall Corbin Hamilton stands about 6'5". We'll see what he's able to do here. Shows bunt. Lays down a bunt down the third base line. A well-placed bunt. Hamilton hustling down the line. He is safe at first. A bunt single for Corbin. Derek Cox moves to second, and two guys on for Carson Pimley.
That's part of the danger of this Henley team here is not only their hitting ability, but their speed.
Yeah, and they can kill you with a long ball, but they can also play some small ball too. We saw them try to play a little bit of small ball against Phoenix earlier in the season. Walter, you missed that game, but a doubleheader over at Phoenix was 4-2 was the final score. And again, Pimley showing bunt here. He pops that one up in front of Safford. He's able to glove that one for the first out. And that'll bring up Ryan Douglas. But Henley trying to do a lot of the same stuff then that they are doing now, which is just trying to get guys on base, to get them over, and to get them in. And one of the great ways to get guys over is by laying down that bunt.
Hopefully it goes down.
Yeah, except I guess in this situation where it was popped straight up to the catcher, of course. But we'll see where Douglas goes now. Now, you can kind of get a swinging bunt from this guy, which we've seen a couple of times. A ball in the infield that gets guys over. But if you can lay it down also, beat out that infield single. This time, though, he pops it up into foul territory behind first, and the first baseman, Ferns, dropped it. Was in his glove and fell out.
That cannot feel good.
Yeah, just without catching it with two hands. That one stings a little bit, but you'll have to recuperate. The first baseman, you're likely going to deal with the baseball again here shortly. So got to have a short memory out there, and if you're Everett, you might feel like you got two outs in the inning, but now you got to come back in an 0-1 count.
I can't help but wonder if the sun played a part in that play. He was looking directly at it.
0-1 misses high, 1-1. Our vantage point here at Henley High School facing pretty much directly south, so the sun is going to be behind our broadcast position most of the day and shining out towards the outfield, so it could be a bit of a challenge, especially when it begins to get directly behind us around the 3 and 4, about 4 o'clock. It's a 2-1 count now.
This is the greatest time of the year, especially for baseball.
Well, you wouldn't have said that Saturday when we were supposed to play this game.
Wait, oh, yeah. That's why they canceled it.
We are in a rain delay, of course, but it is a beautiful day now. It's a 2-1 count as Douglas awaits the pitch. This a ground ball towards third base, gets by the third baseman and into left field. They're waving Cox around to score. The throw brings Safford up the line, and he is in. And an RBI single for Ryan Douglas makes it 4-0 Henley in the bottom of the third inning. Hamilton advanced to second. He stayed there. Douglas now 2 for 2 on the day, this time adding an RBI. And for Douglas, that is, as I pull this up here, that is his 7th RBI of the season. And now you've got Mark Carpenter batting for the third time in as many innings. He's 1 for 2 today with a solo shot in the first and a fly out in the second. Here with 2 runners on, the first pitch to Carpenter is taken for strike 1.
That's the thing about baseball is momentum kind of compounds in the way that if you can keep your batters going and you can get your leadoff hitter to bat in each inning, that just gives all the players more reps to warm up during the game.
This time Carpenter sends a fly ball right field, shallow. That one's going to get down in front of Johnson. And Carpenter is aboard. Looks like a single there, and that will load the bases for Connor Shively.
As I was saying, the more reps that you can get in, get your hitters, the better you're going to play, the more you warm up, versus if you have great defense and you hold a team to not that many players being able to hit, they won't warm up as well. And success kind of compounds that way in baseball.
Would certainly say so. Here's Shively. He's 2 for 2 today. Last time around, he singled in 2 runs. Here Shively takes a strike on the outer third. Henley leads right now 4-0 in the bottom of the third inning. Bases loaded. Corbin Hamilton at third, Ryan Douglas at second, and Mark Carpenter at first. Here's the 0-1 pitch to Shively, a breaking ball that Shively waves at and misses, and it's an 0-2 count. Looked like it might have been a circle change or something with a little bit of run to it out of the hands of Everett. And now Shively going to have to choke up a little bit, try to put a ball in play with 2 strikes.
I don't know what it is about his pitches, but they're kind of elusive in the way that you think they're coming slow or you think they're coming fast, and they're actually the opposite of what you think they are.
He does a good job of masking his pitches. I'm sitting right behind home plate, and even I'm having a little bit of a hard time telling exactly what the pitch is by the time it comes out of his hand. He made a move over to first, almost sailed on Ferns a little bit, but now back on the rubber, an 0-2 count with 1 out. To Connor Shively. Here's the pitch. That one looked like the fastball. Misses outside. 1-2. After Shively in the order, it is Jacoby Takini. You'd love to get him up with the bases still loaded. And going back to Shively's case, outside of his single that drove in 2 runs last inning, he also doubled in the first. Here's the 1-2 to him now. Shively pops one up into left field. Coming in is the left fielder Baker. On the run, will make the catch. Tagging to score is Hamilton. He does so successfully. Henley now leads 5-0 on the sacrifice fly from Connor Shively. 2 outs and 2 runners remain on base. It is Douglas at second and Carpenter at third. And again, Hamilton is the one who came in to score. Jacoby Takini up at the plate.
Great heads up on that play by P.J. Safford, the veteran catcher. I don't know if he's a veteran in that position, but he's a veteran in baseball for sure. Telling his third baseman to get back to stop that steal.
Yeah, good eye on that. Here's the pitch to Jacoby Takini. First offering to him is a looping breaking ball that doesn't find the zone. Count 1-0. Looking at Jacoby today, he is 0 for 1. He popped out in his first at-bat and then was hit by a pitch in his second plate appearances, so 0 for 1 there. Henley's added 2 runs here in this inning. Takini hits one in the air opposite field, foul. Out of play. The count moves now to a ball and a strike.
So I'm just wondering if you could tell us why walks and hit by pitches do not count in your attempts.
Just how the rules go. I remember being in Little League thinking that every walk I got added to my batting average, and was sad to find out that that's not the case. But it does add to your on-base percentage and things like that. On the move to third is Douglas, and he's actually in there safely with no throw. And so that keeps runners at the corners. It's a 2-1 count to Jacoby Takini.
Well, that's why the movie Moneyball, right?
Yeah, get on base.
The Oakland A's, the on-base percentage matters more than your batting average, right?
You're bringing up a sore spot with the Oakland A's here, Walter, and I know you don't mean to, but that team was ripped from my hands this last summer. Here's Takini, a ground ball to third. Johnson is up with it. He's going to throw on to first in time. That will end the inning, but the Hornets score 2 runs on 3 base hits. They leave 2 runners stranded. They lead 5-0 as we go to the 4th inning on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
By association.
Well, they're getting ready for the top of the fourth inning here from Henley High School at Rosser Field. So far, Henley leads 5-0. For the Hornets, 5 runs on 7 hits, no errors. They have left 7 runners on base so far. For Klamath Union, no runs, no hits, no errors, but they've left 2 guys on base by virtue of being hit by a pitch. So trying to get a rally started for the Pelicans this half inning is going to be 3, 4, and 5 in their order. That's P.J. Safford, Ryan Glidden, and Reese Johnson.
Now, when we talk about errors, we're only talking about fielding errors, correct? Is there such thing as running errors, like on the?
No, they won't count that in an error book or anything like that. But there's certainly something to talk about if it were to happen, for sure. Here's the first pitch to Safford. That one finds the zone. Safford less than pleased with that call, but 0-1 the count. Safford went down on strikes in his first at-bat. Here's the pitch there. That one misses outside, no doubt about it. 1-1.
I believe that Safford got Mark last game that they played when he was pitching. So
yeah,
Mark got his get-back there. Friendly rivalry.
Here's the 2-0 to Safford. Pardon me, the 1-1 to Safford. Now makes it 2-1. And, we kind of talked about it last game, the rivalry between these two guys, more friendship and friendly competition than anything else. But the
scoreboard reads 3-0.
3-0. They're going to fix it now. It's a 2-1 count. That one misses high. Now 3-1. I think just about everybody in the ballpark besides the home plate umpire thought that first pitch was a ball.
Which is why Safford was not pleased with that.
But here we are in a 3-1 count for PJ. Carpenter looking in, trying to find a way back into this at-bat. Here it goes. That one finds the zone. Again, Safford thought he was given a walk. You can hear the groans from, sounds like both supporters here at the stadium from Henley and Klamath Union. But regardless, a full count.
I heard more of a laugh from the Henley side.
P.J. Safford. Sometimes that's all you can do. Here's the pitch. Fouled off. Count remains full, 3-2. Well, I suppose if anything else, at least it sets the stage for a payoff pitch between these two guys. I mean, it's a matchup that I was excited to see coming to the ballpark today. So glad to see it in a high-stakes count, so to speak. 3-2 to P.J. Safford.
This matchup is definitely a headliner for sure.
Pitch on its way. Safford fouls it straight back, and the count remains full.
You know, in these situations when the umpire may see things differently than you do, it's important to stay alive and swing at everything you may think is close to the zone.
Yeah, especially with 2 strikes. And Safford has a pretty good understanding of his strike zone as well. Here's the 3-2. Curveball. Again, Safford fouls it off. Out in front of that breaking ball a little bit. But, of course, smiles on both these guys' faces. They know what they want. Mark and PJ both sharing a smile with each other as we get ready for another full count offering. Carpenter looking in, getting the sign from Tacchini. And here we go. Carpenter kicks, fires, ground ball towards first, fielded by Hamilton. He'll step on the bag for the out, and a long battle this time is won by Carpenter. Safford goes down as the first out in the 4th inning, and it brings up Ryan Glidden. Glidden was a strikeout victim the first time around. One of, I believe, 8 strikeouts today for Mark Carpenter. First pitch here. Glidden checks his swing, and yes, he did go around. The count is 0-1. There was that slider from Carpenter. Keeps a lot of the velocity, but just goes away from those righties. Here Takini sets up on the outside again. The 0-1. This time a curveball misses inside, and the count goes 1-1. 2-seam, 4-seam, changeup, curveball, slider. Not many high schoolers are going to have that 5-pitch repertoire, but Carpenter certainly does, and he commands them all. Usually you'll see guys come with 2 or 3 pitches. Maybe they'll just do fastball, curveball, or fastball, changeup, and fouled off. Count remains, a ball and 2 strikes. The field.
Well, that makes sense given Mark's velocity, forcing batters to be late sometimes.
And that time, a good example of it. Johnson late chasing the upstairs fastball, goes down on strikes and keeps our 5-0 Henley going to the bottom of the 4th inning. That's coming up on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. Something's wrong here. Oh, my phone overheated. Should be back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com as we prepare for the bottom of the 4th inning. It's going to be Max Price leading things off, followed by Bo Pyle and Derek Cox. It's a 1-0 count, now a 2-0 count. Apologies for a little technical hiccup there. A little bit of problem with our internet connection, but we should be back at least for the time being. Might have one more hiccup a little bit later on down the line when we reboot here, but again, here at Rosser Field, the score is 5-0 Henley. Klamath Union trailing, and a 2-1 count now to the Henley second baseman. Price today 0 for 1. He did walk in the first inning, otherwise he struck out in the second. Jack Everett still working hard out there for the Pelicans. Here's the 2-1 pitch. Curveball, that one missed, must have been high, the count 3-1. Everett working out of the windup. Here he comes. And that pitch misses low. Price aboard on a 4-pitch walk. That's the second time that he's walked today. And now that will bring up Bo Pyle. Bo is 0 for 2 today. A couple of deep flyouts to center field, but no hits for him yet. He's hit the ball well, no doubt about that, but still looking for the first single or more of the day.
Back when I was in Little League, now this is nothing to go off of, but when I was in Little League, I was told when I saw a ball forward to take my base immediately, and the ump was more likely to go with it. Just in case you
Just when you expected it to be ball 4?
Yeah. Well, on ball 3, if you saw a ball, take your base before the ump says anything, because then you're more likely to get the base.
A little Houston Astros action, a little bending of the rules, I see. On the move to second is Max Price. The throw down is late. Price doesn't up in center field. They're waving Price around to score. Here he comes. He is in standing.
Now, I got to ask why you would cut that off. It looked like a one hop into the catcher.
It's hard to say. I couldn't really quite see what happened, if the ball jumped out of the guy's glove out there at second or if Safford. I don't think Safford overthrew him. From here, it looked like the ball was on the right angle. Yeah. So it looked like an error would allow Price to come around and score the 6th run of the ball game. And a 1-0 count at the plate to Bo Pyle. That one misses high as well, 2-0. Pitch on its way from Everett to Pyle. And swung on and missed, 2-1. So they did count that as an error. And unsure if it was E4 or E6 out there, but the error is what allowed Price to come in and score. So that run unearned against Jack Everett there, as Pyle awaits the 2-1 pitch from the right-hander. Curveball. Pyle sends that one on a line to third. One-hopped Johnson skips off his wrist, and in fact it's Glidden, the shortstop, who will pick up the loose ball regardless. Too late to throw out Pyle at first. He's going to get on there. They're going to score that in E5, and so Pyle is aboard, brings up Derek Cox. Back-to-back errors for KU after going the first 3 innings without committing a single one. This will bring up Derek Cox, who has walked twice today, once in the first inning and once in the third.
He still saved a double.
This one popped up in the infield, playable. Everett, the pitcher, going to call everybody, throw to second to try to get the lead runner. They're going to get him. And so still able to get an out on that play, even if it wasn't the easy way. Everett got under, able to get the out at second. So one away doesn't change all that much. For Derek reached on the error, but was then out, or pardon me, Bo was out trying to advance there. So that's 3 consecutive errors there for KU. It's where you can start to feel an inning kind of slip away, if you now, especially after he committed that error. Have a short memory. Here he gets Hamilton
Great
chasing
pitch.
at a breaking ball. Yeah, that was a good.
Now the infield fly thing, I've seen people do that on purpose to get the runner that tags up on first there.
Well, that's why you have the infield fly rule. I mean, typically you wouldn't want to do that to get a guy to second necessarily. Line drive right up the middle. That's going to get through, a base hit. They're going to leave Cox at second, so that'll bring up Carson Pimley. So I don't think it was intentional to drop that ball at the mound for Everett, but it's worked out.
For Henley or KU?
Well, for Henley. Now they got 2 runners on, 1 out, and Carson Pimley to bat. That single, by the way, makes Corbin 2 for 3 today, a couple of singles. He also singled in the third, came around to score, hoping for similar opportunity here as Carson Pimley steps in. He misses high, 1-0. And KU in a little bit of a bind here, worth mentioning that they only have 9 guys suited up today. Typically, you look over in Henley's dugout, I believe they've got 12 or 13 guys ready to go today. So Klamath Union's going to have a little bit creative with how they use pitching today, especially with league games for themselves coming up on Wednesday and Saturday. It's a 1-1 count to Carson Pimley. They got Phoenix coming up later on this week.
Now, baseball isn't a sport that's incredible, but I would assume that players do get tired after a long game, so this doubleheader would affect how well.
It's interesting because you have this break in between these doubleheaders. You'll oftentimes see guys come back a little bit slower. Oftentimes games will be a little bit lower scoring in a second game of a doubleheader. Although, I'd say most of what I'm talking about is the pitch count for the pitchers. You're only allowed to throw so many pitches over so many days. You need a certain amount of days of rest based on how many pitches you throw, etc.
Yeah.
But, having 9 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. New man on the mound for Klamath Union is Luis Mesa Bravo. Taking a look at him so far this season, it looks like to me this is his very first pitching outing of the season. Comes in from playing second base today as he will switch places with Jack Everett. Too early to close the book on Everett just yet, as he's still responsible for the runners that are on base, which is Shively at first after a 2 RBI single. Carpenter is on third, as Henley has added 4 more runs in this inning to bring it back to a 9-0 lead. Again, thank you for being with us on mybasin.com. I had anticipated a little bit of a second casualty with the internet connection, but hopefully now we are all set and ready to go. Hopefully all that stuff is behind us as we enter back into the game with Jacoby Tacchini ready to hit against Luis Mesa Bravo. Here's the pitch. Misses wide. The runner at third, which is Carpenter, represents the mercy rule run, to where if it were come in and score, and Henley is able to keep Klamath Union scoreless in the top half, they would win via that mercy rule. But Mesa Bravo's job is to try to end this inning right here. Tacchini rolls one out to third. Johnson is up with it. The throw on to first is in time, and he does his job and keeps things right where they are. Henley leading 9-0 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Back after this.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
Are the concessions open?
Top of the fifth inning, Henley leads 9-0 here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. My name is Josh Eldridge, joined by Walter Hartley as we continue your coverage today from beautiful Rosser Field. I think probably not only the best field in the Skyline Conference, probably the best field at the 4A level, if not all classifications, in the state of Oregon. And that's credit to one man, even though he'd hate me mentioning his name. That's Marvin Rosser, who takes care of the field. The field bears his namesake and just takes extraordinary care. The cut of the grass is pristine and just a wonderful place for a ball game, and couldn't ask for a better day for it. Hardly a cloud in sight. 63 degrees here at Henley High School. And to boot, if you're a Hornets fan, this game has gone just about as well as you could have hoped in a 9-0 advantage as we enter the fifth inning. And for Klamath Union, it'll be Nathan Ferns, Jack Everett, and Luis Mesa Bravo do up this inning. That is 6, 7, and 8 in the order.
If you build it, they will come, I guess. This is a field of dreams.
I certainly think so. Very nice. I mean, really, there's so many places in the basin that are great to call home. I mean, of course, here at Henley, it's great as Ferns fouls off the first pitch 0-1.
For the fan experience, you really can't beat Kiger.
And that's exactly what I was going to bring up next, is Kiger Stadium over by the fairgrounds. It's the last standing wood stadium this side of the Rockies.
Wow.
And it is just an absolutely fabulous place to watch a baseball game. It's an 0-2 count to Nathan Ferns. That pitch is fouled off, and he'll stay alive 0-2.
When you say take me out to the ball game, Kiger is what you mean.
It's true. It's Kiger Stadium or it's Wrigley Field, and they're kind of interchangeable.
Oh, right. Is that so?
I think so. Here's the 0-2. Taken strike 3. Down goes Ferns for the second time today on strikes. And that'll be the first out in the fifth inning. 11 strikeouts now for Carpenter. That matches his total in his last outing against Phoenix. And again, his season high is 14. Stepping in now is Jack Everett. He was a strikeout casualty his first time. He is now ahead in the count 1-0. Now, Everett started the game on the mound for Klamath Union, was replaced in the last out of that last inning by Luis Mesa Bravo, now a 1-1 count to him. But we can now officially close the book on his pitching outing. We'll give you the final line score on Jack Everett on the hill after this 1-1 pitch, which is called for strike 2. Everett exited the game after 4 innings pitched, gave up 10 hits, 9 runs, just 4 of them earned. He walked 5, and he struck out 1. The 1-2 froze him up. Carpenter goes with a breaking pitch again. That's 2 quick outs in the 5th inning.
How do you think Henley's going to deal with Mark Carpenter here? You think Henley is going to keep him in for the rest of the game?
Yeah, I'd say if you can. Let's see, where's his pitch count at? That's really what we're looking at here as far as how far he can go. As the first pitch into Luis Mesa Bravo misses downstairs, 1-0. Carpenter just threw his 81st pitch, and so you're allowed 110 per day. So I imagine they're probably going to keep riding him until the end of this game. As now a 1-1 count to Luis Mesa Bravo.
So you're allowed 110 pitches if you want to pitch again within the next week? Is that what it is?
Within the next 5 days, yeah.
In the next 5 days. When's their next game?
That would be Saturday against Junction City. So my math serves me. That means that even if Carpenter were able to go full board today, then he would be then available for a doubleheader against Junction City on Saturday. Now, that's going to be an interesting game. Junction City is a good team. Last I checked, I haven't checked today, but last I checked, Junction City was ranked inside the top 10. As the 2-2 swung on and missed, Luis Mesa Bravo goes down on strikes, dropped third strike. He's out at first, and that will end things in the top of the 5th. Henley still leading 9-0. They'll try to walk it off in the bottom half. That's coming up next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and MyBasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside. It's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Bottom of the 5th inning, and Henley will look to close things out. If they can score a run, this game is over. But what stands between them and a victory is Luis Mesa Bravo entering his 2nd inning in relief out of the bullpen. Like I said, this is his first outing this season, and he'll have to go up against the middle of the Henley order. That's Max Price, Bo Pyle, and Derek Cox. Between these 3 guys today, no base hits yet. However, they have scored 3 combined runs. Price has reached twice on walks. Bo Pyle reached once on an error. Derek Cox has reached twice on a walk, once on an error. So it's going to be up to Mesa Bravo to try to keep these guys off base, and in doing so, extending this game. Again, 1 run, Henley will be walk-off winners via the mercy rule.
Speaking of Rosser Field, you know how great you have to be to get people to name something after you while you're still alive?
That's Coach Rosser, man. He takes fantastic care of this place.
Usually, landmarks and fields are named after people who, after they've passed,
yes,
they're landmarks now. But for someone who's still alive to have his name on a landmark, that is truly greatness there.
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. We try to give him as much credit as he would like, but that's still not enough. Here's the 1-1. That one misses low and away, 2-1. I mean, really, this whole Henley coaching staff, not just Coach Rosser or Coach Teeters, who's out there at third, but the guy who just walked out, Coach Tacchini, he's now coaching at first base for Henley as that pitch misses down 3-1. Coach Tacchini, even though he's not the listed head coach, certainly was co-head coach a season ago, but he's a state championship winner at this level, going back to the mid-2010s and throughout the 90s as well. Has coached the Klamath Falls Falcons, has coached just about every level at the sport. Go even deeper into that dugout for Henley, and you got guys like Pete Whistler in there, who has also coached at every level of the sport, was the high school coach of the year in 1994, was a Mazama state championship winner, helped Henley to multiple state championships, coached the Klamath Falls Falcons, coached up at Oregon Tech, has coached internationally.
Wow.
He's got quite the resume, and the Hornets have him in there as an assistant as well. And that's before we even get to guys like Craig Connor, who his baseball accolades may not be as lengthy as the rest, but a guy who was just named this last year as the best basketball official in Oregon.
Wow.
As Max Price is going to advance to second after the wild pitch.
Well, that's what they mean when they say program. It's not just a team, it's a program. You've got a group of people who have been around the sport long enough to coach it up and to build this up from the ground. Well, they're not really building Henley up from the ground. They've been on the top. But
that's because they've had a good program from top to bottom. That's how you stay on top. Here's the 2-0. That pitch gets away from Safford as well, and Price will advance to third. A couple of wild pitches put the winning run just 90 feet away with nobody out. A fly ball, which Pyle has had a couple of today, will do the job here in the bottom of the fifth. After Pyle, it's Derek Cox. And Pyle gets a strike called against him. 3-1. Infield in for Klamath Union. They're going to try to cut down the walk-off run. No surprises there. The 3-1, that one misses high, and Pyle is aboard at first. Now again, ultimately, that runner doesn't really matter, so Klamath Union's infield is going to stay in against Derek Cox. The guy you really want to stop from scoring is Max Price over there at third.
Steal.
Cox.
Steal all day.
Yeah, we'll see. You're probably going to look at Pyle get into scoring position here. That pitch missed high. He's going to stay put there for now. Looking at Derek Cox so far today, a couple of walks. He reached on an error. He scored 2 runs today. Trying to shoot one through the infield here. It's going to get on the infielders quick. That pitch misses high. 2-0. After Cox in the order, it is Corbin Hamilton. Outfield in a couple of steps as well on a shallow fly ball. They're going to want to stop the runner from tagging up and scoring. 2-0. That one finds the zone. 2-1.
So when is KU's next game?
KU plays after today. They will play on Wednesday on the road against Phoenix. This one gets by Safford, breaking for the plate, and in safely. And the Hornets are walk-off winners in the 5th inning. Scoring on a wild pitch is Max Price, finishing this one up with a 10-0 ball game. We'll take a forward look at both teams' schedule coming up in just a little bit. We'll also get you ready for the second game of a doubleheader today here on 104.3 and 960 Sports, though. Until then, we're going to take a break, and the final score here is Henley 10, Klamath Union 0. Back with a recap after this on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, We keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Well, game one of a doubleheader today is over, and the Henley Hornets are victors, 10-0 over the Klamath Union Pelicans. For Henley, 10 runs on 10 hits, no errors. They left 10 runners on base today. For Klamath Union, no runs, no hits. They did commit 3 errors, and they left 2 runners on base. The winning pitcher today in a no-hitter is Mark Carpenter, going 5 complete and striking out 13 batters, one away from his season high. The losing pitcher today would be Jack Everett, who pitched 4 innings, gave up 10 hits, 10 runs, 4 earned. He walked 7 and struck out 1. As we take a look now at our Pacific Power play of the day, hard to go anywhere else except for the leadoff home run from Mark Carpenter that got the Hornets started in this one. Mark Carpenter, for now back-to-back games, is the Pacific Power play of the day. A couple of other notables for Henley include an outstanding performance for Connor Shively today. Went 3 for 3 with 5 runs batted in. Also had a 2 for 3 day for Corbin Hamilton, and a 3 for 3 day with a couple of RBI for Ryan Douglas. Great days for all those guys, and hope to continue it into game 2. And again, Mark Carpenter with a no-hitter, not his first of his high school career. Unsure how many he's gotten at this point, but he was dominant out there on the hill today. With this win, Henley improves on the season to 8-0 in Skyline Conference League play, 12-2 overall on the season. Klamath Union dips to 7-9, 2-6 in Skyline Conference League play, but still more baseball ahead. And a sunny day from Henley High School. The second of a doubleheader is about 20 minutes away. So if you're watching on mybasin.com, stay here on this live stream. We're not going anywhere. We'll have the broadcast right here. So grab yourself a bite to eat and come on back. If you're listening on the radio, we're going to turn you over to John Canzano and the Bald-Faced Truth for a few minutes before we get ready for game 2, and then we'll welcome you back to Rosser Field here at Henley High School. Again, final score in game 1 was Henley 10, Klamath Union nothing. We'll be back in just a bit on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. And welcome back to Henley Baseball on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Getting ready to go for Game 2 of a doubleheader between the Henley Hornets and the Klamath Union Pelicans. My name is Josh Eldridge, joined alongside by Walter Hartley here on 104.3 and 960 Sports as Game 1 went the way of the Henley Hornets in a 10-0 decision. And now getting ready for Game 2, let's introduce you to the Kyle's Lawn Care starting lineups, and we'll start with the Klamath Union Pelicans. Batting first and pitching is Maruk Morris, followed by Griffin Johnson, the right fielder, hitting second. P.J. Safford bats third and is catching, followed by Ryan Glidden, hitting cleanup and in center field. Reese Johnson bats fifth at shortstop. Nathan Ferns bats sixth at first base. Hitting seventh is Jack Everett at third base. Nolan Baker bats eighth in left field. And Luis Mesa Bravo is the second baseman, batting ninth for the Pelicans. They'll go up against Bo Pyle, who we'll take a look at in a minute, getting the start for Henley. But the lineup for the Hornets goes like this. Mark Carpenter leads off at third base, followed by Connor Shively at shortstop, hitting second. Jacoby Takini is the catcher, batting third, followed by Max Price, the center fielder, hitting fourth. Bo Pyle, the pitcher, bats fifth, followed by Derek Cox, the second baseman, hitting sixth. Corbin Hamilton is at first base, batting seventh. Carson Pimley bats eighth in left field. And Ryan Douglas is batting ninth in right field for the Hornets. We can do our best here to take a look at Bo Pyle on the mound this season for Henley. Another quality season for him so far. This will be his fifth start of the season. In his previous four starts, he is 3-0. In 18 1/3 innings pitched, he has an ERA of 1.9. A very solid year so far for the right-hander, a guy who, when he is on his game, is as deadly as anybody. The key for Bo, throwing strikes, and when he does and he gains that confidence, he is a tough man to hit out there as Maruk Morris gets ready to settle in for the Pelicans. So Maruk Morris getting ready to step in for the Pelicans. Taking a look at Maruk back in the opener today, was one of 13 strikeout casualties against Mark Carpenter. He was also hit by a pitch in his only two plate appearances there. Bo Pyle fires in, strike one. 4:12 as we get things started today. A scheduled 4 o'clock start time today, but as is typical in a doubleheader, usually start the second game a few minutes late as the 0-1 pitch misses low, 1-1.
Great catching there from Takini.
Yeah, he's been a really serviceable guy behind home plate for Henley this season. Had to pick that last one out of the dirt. Here Morris offers up at the 1-1 pitch, fouls it back, and the count is 1-2. And Klamath Union was actually held without a hit in the opening game today. For those who may have missed, Mark Carpenter going 5 complete innings, spanning 13 batters in a no-hitter. And now it's up to Bo Pyle to try to continue that trend here in the final regular season meeting between these two teams. That previous win for Henley clinched them the season series, now 3-0 against the Pelicans. With this, the final game remaining between the two teams on the schedule as the 2-2 is fouled off. We talked a little bit about it at the end of last game, but coming up next for KU is a series with Phoenix, which begins on Wednesday and concludes on Saturday with a doubleheader at Kiger Stadium, followed by a series against Mazama, which will close out the league season for the Pelicans. Now a 3-2 count to Maruk Morris.
I would love to see Morris pencil in a hit here.
There you go with the pencil bat. I do love that bat. I can't get enough of it. This time the 3-2 is taken low, so Morris might not pencil a hit, but he will get on base. As runner on board, that's what I said a little bit about Bo Pyle. Sometimes he can be around the zone, not so much in it. And here he offers up a walk to the leadoff hitter. Now has to go right after Griffin Johnson.
I think there's too much emphasis put on hitting percentage or batting percentage. I think more emphasis should be put on like the average of getting on base. Your on-base percentage.
Strike one taken by Johnson. I would agree.
Because that's the end goal, right? Trying to get around, get a score in.
Well, and, go back to a conversation that you and I believe, had back on Wednesday where Klamath Union was in a situation where they had a runner on base and they were down big And you made the point that, the team would love a home run here to get a couple runs back. And while you'd never shy away from a home run, that's certainly true. Really, sometimes you just want guys to get on base, because if you clear the bases with a home run, then you kill any momentum that you had during that inning.
Right.
Whereas if you keep guys on base and you keep getting them on, getting them over, and getting them in, who knows how long an inning could last.
Mental game.
Right. The 0-1 was pitched high and tight to Johnson, who was showing bunt and had to kind of duck out of the way of it. So now it's a 1-1 count to the Klamath Union right fielder with a runner on first and nobody out. The pitch from Pyle right down the middle. Ball and 2 strikes.
Now, Bo's a pitcher that you really have to stay on your toes with. As you were saying, he pitches around the zone, so sometimes as a batter, you really have to keep your eye out for those pitches.
It's interesting the way you would compare and contrast Bo with Mark, who we saw in game 1. As the 1-2 swung on and missed, Johnson down on strikes. Both these guys have that put-away pitch, which we just saw there from Bo. But a guy like Pyle, you have to be a little patient against him. You think maybe you want to wait him out a little bit, see if he's really got his A-game stuff. And like I said, when he does, he is as unhittable as the rest of them. But he will on occasion give up a couple free passes. So whereas when you're playing against Mark Carpenter, you might want to attack a little bit early and try to rattle him a little bit. For Bo, it might behoove you to wait out a couple pitches, see if you can get into that 3rd, 4th inning where you have got the batting order around for the second time, just to see where you're at against him. So I expect Klamath Union to be patient here. P.J. Safford stepping in. He's ahead in the count, 1-0. Move over to first. Back safely is Morris.
Great footwork there from Bo. That was very quick.
He's got a quick move over there as a right-hander. Takini sets up outside. Here's the 1-0. Ground ball towards second. Could be 2. Eats up Cox at second. He'll have to settle for 1. In fact, won't even make a throw. And Safford, reaching on the error, will allow Morris to advance to second. Safford aboard at first, and here is Ryan Glidden. And a first inning error committed by the Hornets have got the Pelicans in business here. Now stepping in is Glidden. Bo Pyle coming set. And a curveball will miss wide, and the count is 1-0. Decent lead off of second for Morris. Not much of a lead up to speak of at all from Safford, and that pitch will miss low. Count now 2-0. Runner on second is Morris. He reached from the walk. Safford got there himself on the air. Now a 2-0 count to Glidden. Looking at Glidden in the last game earlier today, Glidden struck out twice. Here he hits a weak fly ball in the infield right to Cox, and he puts that one away for the second out.
Redemption.
Able to make that play that time. Exactly right. And now it's Reese Johnson to step in for Klamath Union. An early RBI opportunity with Morris out there at second, trying to score the first run of the day for Klamath Union. Bo Pyle's trying to keep it scoreless. We'll see who's able to collect a win in this battle. The second baseman, Cox, holding the runner over there at second base, creating a pretty big hole on the right side of the infield. Johnson is able to poke one the other way. Here's the first pitch. Swung on and I believe fouled or missed. Regardless, it's strike 1 to Johnson. Tall guy out there. I'd put him probably about 6'3", and a tall batting stance, too.
Big strike zone.
It's also true. Pyle set with the 0-1. Here's the pitch. Swung on and missed. Chased a pitch upstairs, and the count 0-2. Pyle, who walked the first batter, trying to escape without allowing a run. See where he goes here on the 0-2. It is fouled straight back. Count remains. On deck for Klamath Union is Nathan Ferns. Kyle looks in, gets the sign from Takini. Kicks, fires in, strike three looking. Johnson sent packing for the third out in the first inning, and that will end the first. As we go to the bottom half, still scoreless here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account to retirement planning and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Bottom of the first inning, getting ready to go between Klamath Union and Henley. Still scoreless as we take a look now at the man warming up on the mound. That's Maruk Morris. Taking a look at Morris this season, a record of 2-3 entering play today. This will be his 5th start of the season. In 24 2/3 innings pitched, Maruk has an ERA of 4.26. And if I recall, I'll try to pull up this stat line as well. Maruk also got the start in the previous time these two teams met back on April 3rd, a game in which Henley won 13-1. And Maruk actually did get the start in that game. He went 4 innings, gave up 11 hits. Yeah, he gave up 13 runs, but only 2 of them were earned. He walked 3 and struck out 1. So if you can come away giving up just 2 earned runs against this Henley lineup, you feel pretty good about that despite picking up a loss. We'll see if his defense is able to help him out a little bit more in this one and see if they can't hold the Hornets to, less than double digits, which they haven't been able to do this season. Klamath Union has scored 13, 11, and 10 runs in each of the games in which these guys have met so far. As Mark Carpenter gets ready to step back in. Carpenter had a great opener to this doubleheader today. Began things with a solo home run in the first inning of the first game today. Here he watches a pitch miss. It's now 1-0.
Judging from last game's performance, he had a leadoff homer. Are you walking him in this situation?
Base is empty, not unless he's Barry Bonds. This time he hits a ground ball into left field and a single for Carpenter. He's trying to stretch it into 2. He's going to slide in there, and he is safe. Carpenter with the wheels taking a single into a double and in scoring position in the first couple of pitches of this at-bat.
Speaking of Barry Bonds, do you think he's the greatest player of all time without the doping?
Man, you're asking the wrong guy. Maybe. I'm not sure. Probably should be in the Hall of Fame. Pete Rose should probably be in the Hall of Fame,
Probably,
too.
for sure.
Carpenter on the move. He's digging for third. This is a fly ball. Hit the center field. That's going to get down and roll to the fence. Carpenter is going to score with ease. Shively digging for 2. He's going for third. Shively is in standing. And an RBI triple for Connor Shively. His first triple of the season is an RBI, and Henley leads 1-0.
If you're third base coach on that team, are you sending him home?
No,
he has the wheels.
He might, and you maybe try to make a play at home and make it possible, but I'd rather have Takini up in an RBI opportunity than not. And he's the league leader in that metric. I like him in this spot.
Safe bet.
Shively with an RBI triple, only his second extra base hit of the season. His first triple. Here's the first pitch to Takini, and he will take a strike. Talk about a guy who's familiar with the extra base hit. That is Jacoby Takini. Look no further than the game back on Wednesday when Takini was 3 for 5 with 2 doubles and a single was absolutely seeing the ball very well in that one. Here he almost got hit. And they count a ball and a strike. After Takini in the order, it's Max Price. Henley leads 1-0 here at the bottom of the first inning. Runner aboard at third is Shively. Pitch to Takini. That one's hit in the air center field. That one is going to reach the gap. Get down for extra bases. Shively's going to score no problem. Takini, he will pull up at second, and an RBI double for the league leader in RBIs. Adds another, and Henley now leads 2-0.
That was a hard-hit ball. He got every piece of that ball.
Yeah, and he sent it the other way, too, which was equally as impressive. Yeah, it was to the right center gap, but you're able to take that ball that direction on a pitch that was outside. That's exactly how you're taught, and Takini adding an extra base hit there. He's now pinch ran for by Porter Frost out there at second base, and here's Max Price. Henley leads 2-0. First pitch to Price, swung on and missed, 0-1.
Although he has a pinch runner, he moves pretty well for a big guy.
He does, and I think, Takini's a smart base runner, but you got a guy who's, faster than him in Porter Frost. The other reason you want to have someone run from out there is because he's the catcher.
Save his legs.
Exactly. Here's the 0-1 to Price. That a breaking pitch that didn't break enough, and it misses upstairs, 1-1. Looking at Max Price in the opener today, Price didn't record a hit, but he did walk 3 times and came around to score twice. Now ready for the 1-1 against Maruk Morris. That pitch misses outside.
Great job by Safford there, stopping that ball, not letting it get past him with a runner on second.
Now you're not going to see many pass balls from P.J. Safford. Not a lot he can do when wild pitches are thrown his way, but he's not going to let too much get by him. He is a backstop back there for Klamath Union, someone valuable for any team to have. It's a 2-1. On the move is Frost. This one is called a strike. Frost takes a big turnaround third and is going to be in there. The count now moves to 2-2 as Price now with a surefire RBI opportunity with a runner just 90 feet away from scoring. Wind picking up a little bit here at Henley High School, blowing as it usually does, and that's in from left field. And sort of across the outfield. Here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, check swing, but a foul ball off the bat of Price with Bo Pyle waiting on deck. Said a little bit earlier, there is one other game going on for Skyline Conference teams today as Mazama is in action. It's a fly ball foul. Lost River also in action today against Etna. We'll try to give you updates on these scores as we move throughout. But right now, looks like Lost River and Etna are scoreless, as is Mazama and Phoenix. Here's the 2-2 once more. Another pop fly foul.
Heads.
Yeah, right behind us. Oh, boy.
Almost into the stands.
And there's Ian Meyer to pick it up in foul territory.
Luckily, the parents of the players here seem like athletes themselves. So
a lot of them are. Here this time, Price hits one high in the air. Could be playable for the first baseman, Ferns, but he's unable to get there. And we will do it again, 2-2.
We mentioned the sun before. From the direction of that ball, it looked like he was looking straight into the sun.
Yeah, and that's tough out there. He's got no sunglasses. Someone's ought to give that young man some sunglasses.
Get some Oakleys on that, man.
Yeah. 2-2, the count to Max Price. Morris sets and delivers. Price sends one high in the air, this time in fair territory. Shortstop Glidden over for the out. Pardon me, that's Johnson who made the catch over there at shortstop. And that will be the first out in the first inning. Runner remains at third. That is Frost. And here comes Bo Pyle looking to help out his own cause as the pitcher looking to knock in a run here. After Bo Pyle, it's Derek Cox in the lineup. Looking at last game for Bo, he was 0 for 3, also reached on an error.
What a pitch.
Here he takes a strike. Yeah, that was a good-looking breaking ball from Maruk Morris there. First baseman Ferns playing in on the cut of the grass. Might try to go home with a ground ball. We'll see. Third baseman Everett playing standard at third base. That pitch got away from Safford for a moment, but kept it around his feet. Kept the runner at third, more importantly, for KU as Porterfrost stays put.
Makes me wonder who the KU pitching coach is, because all of KU's pitchers seem well-rounded to me.
Yeah, that's Jake Overstreet. He does a good job with these pitchers and catchers. Here's the pitch.
Oh,
that one came in and hit Bo Pyle. Bo Pyle awarded first, puts runners at the corners for Derek Cox. Looking at Cox in the first game today, walked twice, reached on an error, had a couple of runs score. And they only needed 10 hits to score those 10 runs in the opener of this doubleheader. Here already have 2 runs on 3 hits. Looks like we're going to have a runner in for Bo as well. I believe that's Chase Barrett out there on the base paths for Henley, now pulling up at second. A couple of guys in scoring position for Derek at the plate. Morris set with the 0-1 and delivers. That pitch finds the zone on the outer third, 0-2.
Great framing by Safford there.
Yeah, he'll steal a couple for his pitchers out there, no doubt about it.
It makes me wonder, what's the intentional walk rule in high school?
I think you can just do it. I think it's like the major leagues where you can just do it whenever you want to. Here, Cox sends a fly ball into left field. Over is the left fielder. Making the catch is Baker in left. It is going to allow a run to score on the sacrifice fly, but that's a good catch by Baker in left to keep it to just 1 run. If that goes over his head, probably scores 2. And with how fast Cox is, I wouldn't doubt them to send him. But instead, it's just 1 run that comes across. Henley leads 3-0. Runner remains at second. That's Barrett as Frost came in to score. And here is Corbin Hamilton to bat with 2 outs. Hamilton getting the start at first base today. These will likely see him pitch in the doubleheader against Junction City later this week. That's unless we see him today, as Bo Pyle is getting the start today. As this pitch sails on the pitcher Morris. A wild pitch will allow Barrett to reach third. Still with 2 outs in the first inning. Henley has scored 3 runs. It all started with a Mark Carpenter double, followed by back-to-back extra base hits from Shively and Takini. Those 3 guys, like I said, just been dominant this year. Max Price with a fly out. Bo Pyle is hit by a pitch and then a sacrifice fly. This one's hit out deep to center field, but Glidden able to make the catch and end the inning. Like I said, Henley scores 3 on 3 base hits. They leave 1 stranded. They lead 3-0. Going to the second next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com.
Wait, all I do is wait. So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been away forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
There you go.
Right there? Okay.
Here we go. Josh Eldridge back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com. After 1 inning of play, Henley leads now 3-0. And Walter Hartley here for more play-by-play.
All right, so the next 3 batters we'll have up are Carson Pimley, number 8, playing left field. Ryan Douglas playing right field, who's number 2. And then Mark Carpenter again, the top of the lineup.
Look like 1 pitch and 1 out there for Pimley. Just a line drive over to first.
Yes, sir.
Oh, pardon me, we're flipping over.
We are flipping over. That's what
That's
me up a little bit.
on.
Yeah.
So that was Ferns who just hit. Then we got Everett and Baker. Apologize for setting you up for failure there, Walter.
No, you're good. All right, that pitch misses a little bit high, swung on by Everett. I suppose he was intending for it to break, but just didn't happen for him. Next pitch, same pitch, down the middle high, swing and a miss.
Able to get Everett to chase a little bit on that high fastball. Now Bo can pretty much go wherever he wants to on an 0-2 pitch.
Pitch is outside. Where would you go if you were up 2-0? What's your pitch?
I love a good changeup down in the zone. That's my favorite pitch in baseball.
All right. 4th pitch down the middle. Line drive to the inside, dropped right in the hole, making it unplayable for Henley, and that's marked as a base hit for Jack Everett. Those are the spots where you exactly want to go, where the infield can't get it and the outfield just can't quite get up to it.
Yeah, hit it pretty good, right in front of the center fielder out there to get down for a single. That's their first base hit of the day. Come here with in the second inning of the second game.
Nolan Baker up to bat. Oh, tough hit by pitch right in the glute area. How many has he hit so far? Was that his second or his third?
Oh, that is his first hit batter. We had a couple last game, but for Bo today, that is his. That's his first hit by pitch.
First hit by pitch. All right, next up, Luis Mesa Bravo. And he'll have a runner in scoring position on second. And he'll look for an RBI. First pitch is high and out. As he feels up as he feels out this batter here, bottom of the lineup. Second pitch, high, as the count goes to 2-0.
It's important for KU to try to get some runs here. We'll see a meeting out there on the mound between Takini and Pyle. Runner in scoring position with 1 out. KU was in this exact position last inning and were unable to capitalize. You're not going to get too many more opportunities against Bo, and so it's important that you capitalize here.
Yeah, he's playing well today. What do you think? This is a game?
Yeah, I think it kind of takes a while to see what kind of game Bo is bringing, but he's certainly he's doing his job at the very least here.
First pitch right down the middle, swing and a miss. He read that pitch right. I think he was just a little bit early on that. And that'll bring the count to 2-1 with 1 out. Another pitch down Main Street, as Josh likes to say. that makes the count even at 2-2. And we'll see Mesa Bravo battle that out here, try and stay alive. Oh, wow, great framing from Takini. Couldn't quite steal that one away. That'll bring the count to full with 1 out. Pitch is in and down. And that'll load the bases, and Luis Mesa Bravo takes his base. All right. We got Maruk Morris back at the top of the lineup with his pencil bat. Ticonderoga number 2.
I like it.
Takes his pencil in his academics and his extracurriculars. Ground ball, turn 2, missed, and that'll be an error, and that'll bring Baker home. So that brings the score to, 3-2 now?
3-2, yeah, 2 runs came in. Everett scored from third. Baker scored from second. Mesa Bravo advanced to second, and Morris reached on the error.
Just like you were saying last game, it's important to have runners on base to keep the momentum going, keep the mental game alive, see if you can get an RBI. We've got Johnson up to bat, and he makes contact, but that'll go foul and make it unplayable for the first baseman to reach.
I got a question. Going back to Merck Morris, I got a question for you, so we're going to flip the tables. You're still a young man in school.
Okay.
Do people still use number 2 pencils like that, or is everything still mechanical?
Everything's mechanical.
It's like a blast of the past seeing that bat.
Only teachers have number 2s, and it's for kids who don't bring their pencils to class.
It's what you get when you're a leftover.
Oh, what contact made by Johnson up the third base foul line. And that'll bring Luis Mesa Bravo home, and number 12. Number 12.
It looks like no, that should be Morris. We had the wrong number for him on the roster. He's not number 1. He's number 12. So Morris winds up at third. Johnson in at second on the RBI double, and we are tied just like that.
And 2 runners in scoring position with only 1 out. This is a great setup for KU, best you could hope for, especially against a team like Henley. We've got P.J. Stafford up to bat. First pitch is high and out. Takini was kind of asking for it out there. So that'll give PJ a lead in the count. Contact made, goes foul, left at third base. So it is 3-3 tie game with 1 out in the second inning, top of the second inning, in fact. Count 1-1. Safford makes contact again. He was swinging for the fences on that one. He thought that one should have gone yard. I did too.
PJ has a big step in his swing. You'll see it on his front, big front foot step. Watch it here.
Wow. And he'll hit it just too far for it to land in the pocket there. Just playable for center field to make it. Still an impressive catch, but too much power. Too much time in the weight room, as they say.
Hit it too hard.
Yes, sir.
So that was a fly ball to center field. Price caught it, almost turned 2. In fact, Johnson wasn't quite tagging all the way, but instead, here's Glidden.
I think Johnson had a lot of faith in his teammate, too. I think he thought that was not playable. But Price with some wheels to get up to that fly ball.
Yeah, he had to come in quite a ways.
All right, so number 10, Ryan Glidden. Counts 0-2. He's going to have to battle it out here, get deeper into this at-bat. He's got 2 runners in scoring position. 0-2, 2 outs, 3-3. And he's battling it out. He will get deeper into this battle. Look at those cleats. What do you think about those, Jordan 1s?
Those are nice.
Doesn't quite match the red, but
it's all right.
They're beautiful.
Let it slide.
That brings the count to 1-2, 2 outs, 3-3. This is the pivotal matchup right here.
So far, you're absolutely right.
Oh, breaking pitch. Doesn't quite find the zone. 2-2, even count. And that'll bring it to 3-2.
That was that low
Full
changeup
count.
that I was talking about earlier, but a good job there by Glidden to lay it off. Not everyone's going to lay off that pitch, but he's able to run the count full.
Let's see what Pyle's up to here. He's going to have to throw a strike, and he does throw a strike. Glidden thought that was a ball, but ump called a strike, and that's the end of the top of the second inning. And that's the end of the top of the inning, and our score is 3-3. This is Henley Baseball on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and little league teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars. There are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, the retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Welcome back to Henley Baseball on mybasin.com. We are in the bottom of the second inning, and our score is Henley 3, KU 3. Now, we saw a big inning from KU last inning, going from 0-3 to 3-3, leaving 2 runners on the bases. What are you hoping to see from Henley here to keep it competitive?
Well, the idea here is to return the favor and hopefully add up 3 more of your own. Henley scored 3 in the first. They scored in every inning of the previous game today.
Wow. That ball was hard hit, goes straight to left field, and that'll be the first out for KU.
I don't know if Baker even had to move at all in left field. It felt like he was just camped right underneath that.
Yeah, that's a good point. All right, 1 out, 1 up, 1 down for KU. They'll hope to continue that as we go deeper into the bottom of the second inning. Morris to pitch right down the middle. And when we talked to Jake Overstreet, we talked to him, and he said, we asked what he wanted from his pitchers, and he said nothing fancy, just throw strikes. And that's exactly what we're seeing out of these pitchers today. We've seen some beautiful breaking balls, but mainly we've seen strikes and allow the defense to rally behind the pitcher.
That's what you got to do for KU. Just hope that your defense can help you out behind you. You're not going to strike out many of these Henley bats.
And we see him do exactly that. 2 up, 2 down, 2 outs for the top of the Henley lineup. Mark Carpenter, he had a leadoff home run in the last game. I believe last time he flew a grounded out.
It's a double right there. Double came around to score.
Well, all right. And so he'll hope to continue that success at this at-bat.
No doubt. Hitting above 430 here at this point in the season. That's always a feel-good moment for Carpenter.
430 before or after this, or after last game?
430 after last game. He came in at 428. I've got to imagine he's over 430 now.
And he continues to be the rock for that Henley team. That consistent energy for the Henley team to feed off of. Next up, we will see Connor Shively, the lefty. Now, do we see many switch hitters at this level?
Ooh, rarely. That's a good question. Not very often. Shively won't hit from the right side, but even just being a left-handed hitter is already a change. I mean, he's the only left-handed hitter this game between both teams, and so he provides a little bit of a different look, and it's good to have in the order for sure.
I always hated pitching against lefties.
Are you a right-handed thrower?
Yeah.
Yeah. They typically get a jump on right-handed pitchers. That's why it's so hard. You just see the ball coming at you a lot better as a lefty going against a right-handed thrower. And the opposite is true, too. If you're a left-handed pitcher pitching against right-handed batters, again, they can see that ball coming at a little bit of a different angle, and it's helpful.
That's why my left-hand friend moved from pitching to to first base. He hated throwing against righties, and that's what everyone was. That's a great catch for Luis Meza Bravo. Quick inning, 4 up, 3 down, and that will keep the score at Henley 3, KU 3. This is Henley Baseball at mybasin.com.
What rhymes with great?
Participate.
Where does greatness start? Here, in the classroom. On the stage.
In the pool. On the field. Where will your greatness take you?
To better grades.
To more friends. Yeah! Be great.
Participate.
At mybasin.com, we bring you the power of local radio,
The pace and reach of social media,
The information of 24-hour news,
and the excitement of local sports.
We do this with a team of radio professionals that is second to none.
Klamath Falls is a community that we love and a place that we are proud to call home.
Klamath Falls deserves a media group that is as committed to you as you are to Klamath Falls.
mybasin.com is your go-to place for news,
sports, events, and everything going on at home in Klamath Falls.
Welcome back to Henley Baseball on mybasin.com. We are in the top of the 3rd inning, and our score is Henley 3, KU 3. And KU will hope to continue the success and the momentum that they had from last inning to from offense to defense. They had 4 up, 3 down on defense, and they had 3 runs last inning. So
I don't think it's unfair to say that for the first time this series, KU has a little bit of momentum here in the middle part of a ball game. Not only did they have a good inning on defense, but they also scored 3 runs their last time up.
That was Reese Johnson with the fly out. Good contact, just hit it right to first base. Next up is Jack Everett, who started out.
This will be Nathan
Ferns. Wait. Sorry, technical difficulties.
You're all good.
This will be Nathan Ferns up. The count 1-0. That'll be 1-1. Bring the count even.
Ferns flew out to first base in his last at-bat today, 0 for 1.
Now, Nathan Ferns is a build similar to Reese Johnson in the sense that he's a tall, lanky dude. Well, tall, he has a lot of reach, a lot of wingspan. He also plays basketball, and they played on the same team together. They've been teammates for a long time, so they have great team chemistry. That was called a strikeout. Did he not make contact? I thought I heard contact on that.
It was the ball hitting the glove.
No, I thought I heard the ting.
No, it might have been softball behind us.
Oh, it was probably softball.
Yeah, they're playing up over there. Let's see if I can get a score on softball while you take us away here, Walter.
All right, now Jack Everett up to bat, number 8, the pitcher that we saw start last game. And he's been a good third baseman, good pitcher for KU this year. He's a sophomore, he's still young, and he'll ground out down the first base foul line. Another quick inning. All right. Well, that's the end of the top of the 3rd. Our score is still Henley 3, KU 3 on mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside, it's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Welcome back to Henley Baseball on mybasin.com. We are in the bottom of the third inning, and our score is still Henley 3, KU 3. Quick inning last inning for the KU and Henley Hornets. KU on defense, 4 up, 3 down. Up next, we got Jacoby Dakini, Max Price, and Bo Pyle. Up to bat, the big man Dakini, and he'll try and put it in play. And it is unplayable. That is a great base hit. Textbook stuff that they teach right in the pocket.
Yeah, nice little fly ball to right field there, right between the second baseman and the right fielder. And there's your base hit, and Porter Frost going to come in and run for him like we've seen before. That makes Dakini now 2 for 2 on the day. Had a double in the first and an RBI. Now getting the third started with a single. Way to go.
All right. Up here is Max Price, the jack of all trades. He's one of the most versatile players that we've ever seen. Playing a little small ball, beats out the bunt, and that'll bring Jacoby Dakini's pinch runner, number 5, into third.
Frost reaches third. They're going to call that an error, allowing Price to reach. Probably going to be an E3. It hit the first baseman's glove. That's at least how I would score it. So it leaves Price at third for KU. Their first error of the game. And here's Bo Pyle with runners at the corners and no one out.
Now, when you say E and then a number, that means the position on the field, correct?
Right.
That does not mean error number 3.
Right.
Okay. Number 6, Bo Pyle up to bat. And he puts it right into the infield to beat out the throw.
Don't have to hit it much harder than that sometimes. I mean, for a guy who hit 3 bombs directly to outfielders last game, to have that be your base hit, a slow dribbler in front of the mound, that's baseball, man.
What works.
That's baseball.
It's like an unintentional bunt.
In doing so, Frost came in to score. Henley reclaims the lead 4-3. There's Cox, ready to hit.
Number 3, Derek Cox, the second baseman, coming up to bat. And he'll lay down a bunt to send second base to 3, and it'll work. Sacrifice bunt. That puts a runner in scoring position, only 1 out. KU 3, Henley 4.
Henley 4, KU 3.
What did I say?
Other way around.
Did I?
That's all right.
I thought, okay. KU 3, Henley 4. Pitch is away and low. Runners on second and third. And that's a fly foul. Number 12, Corbin Hamilton, up to bat. Pitch is out and around the knees, around the waist.
Good slider there from Morris. Tried to get Hamilton to chase out of the zone, but arguably an even better job by Hamilton to lay off that pitch.
Absolutely. Morris looking to get him to swing. That pitch broke hard down to the right and low, out and low. 3-1. Morris behind in the count. Corbin Hamilton ahead in the count. So he's going to have to throw a strike here. And he does. That brings the count full. 3-2 with 1 out. KU 3, Henley 4. He's got runners in scoring position. So if he walks, that'll be the bases loaded. And I must have missed high.
High and probably an inch or so in off the plate. Bases loaded for Carson Pimley.
Carson Pimley looking for a base hit here. Just like you were saying, don't need to hit it too hard. Just get some runners in, keep the momentum going.
Yeah, they've already reclaimed the lead this inning. Scored a run early on an RBI single from Bo Pyle, so anything more is just gravy here.
First pitch, swing and a miss. Although, as you were saying, having the bases loaded does kind of give the defense a little bit of an advantage.
Sure.
They can get an out anywhere, force out anywhere.
And a double play would be in order, too, which would potentially end the inning on a ground ball.
For sure. Oh and 2. Morris comes set. And the pitch is outside and low. What a great stop from P.J. Safford, the backstop for KU here. Not letting many balls get past him.
Yeah, and that's saving a run for sure. I mean, at third, you got Max Price. He's pretty quick.
He's an athlete.
Yeah, you let a ball get away from you even a little bit. That's probably a run coming home. So nice job there by P.J.
Makes contact, stays alive. Brings the count to 1 and 2. Pitch is high and away. What are you throwing in this situation?
I'm probably throwing ball 4. I'm no pitcher at all.
Ball 3?
Yeah.
Morris brings the count full, 3-2. Bases loaded, 1 out. This is prime time position for Henley right here.
Yeah. Bases loaded, full count, ball in play. Hopefully scores a run. Big pitch, though, for Morris. He'd love to get a strikeout here and not let anyone move.
3-2, something has to happen. Carson Pimley looking to stay alive. He hits it fly. And that's caught, but the number 4, Max Price, tags up and scores. So that's going to be 2 outs, KU 3, and Henley 5.
Credit Carson Pimley there with a sacrifice fly and an RBI.
Yeah, that ball was perfectly hit. Well, a perfect hit would be a base hit, right? But
sure, you'll take a run, though, for sure.
You will, yeah. Ryan Douglas up to bat.
You know, one thing I noticed about that last play was actually from the Klamath Union side. You have a fly ball hit with the bases loaded. With it that deep, you probably know the runner from third is going to come in to score. But P.J. Safford made an important call out from behind home plate saying, don't let him get to third. Don't let Barrett get to third. Instead of gambling on stopping the run, which probably wouldn't have even worked at all, they gambled on stopping a guy to get to third, which did work. Unfortunately, they load the bases back up with Douglas getting plunked here, but just a heads-up play by the KU defense to, at the time, keep things manageable.
2 outs left in this inning. They'll look to close it up as Mark Carpenter steps up to the plate with the bases loaded. This is not a guy that you want up to the plate.
No, probably the last guy.
The last
of
guy.
all the guys you want to face with the bases loaded, Carpenter is last on
Him
that list.
or Tacchini.
Yeah, that's the truth. Let's see if he's able to get the job done here. Not before we see a conference on the mound between the KU coach and Maruk Morris.
Dangerous situation here for KU.
Want to remind you, while we have an opportunity, that our game brought to you in part by the Pacific Power Foundation, who donated nearly $70,000 in 2024 to organizations like the Klamath County School District, the Assistance League of the Klamath Basin, and the Klamath Folk Alliance, or Klamath Music. Big thanks to the Pacific Power Foundation for coming on board for another season of Henley baseball. Doesn't look like we're going to see a pitching change out there. I still see the ball in Morris's hand. They're probably just trying to figure out what to do with the bases loaded. Carpenter at the plate. All you can really hope to do is go right after him and try to get Carpenter here. Don't want to walk him. That gives there a run.
Imagine a long day at school of calculus or algebra 2 and then coming up to play baseball and having to face Mark Carpenter at the plate.
Yeah,
poor guy.
That's a long day.
That's a long day.
I couldn't even do calculus. I'd be stopped there. I don't know.
Morris comes set. Pitch is in. It's a strike. It's hit by Carpenter, and that's a fly out to right field. I believe that was Johnson with the catch. And that's the end of the bottom of the third inning. Our score is KU 3, Henley 5, and this is Henley Baseball on mybasin.com.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
I started off hot and then...
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and mybasin.com as we get ready for the top of the fourth inning. Henley leads Klamath Union 5-3. For Henley so far today, 5 runs on 4 hits, 2 errors, and they have left 5 runners on base. For Klamath Union, 3 runs, 2 hits, 1 error. They have left 4 runners on base. Bo Pyle continuing work out there on the hill for Henley in the fourth inning, getting to work against, I believe that is Nolan Baker out there. He will take strike 1. Baker today was hit by a pitch back in the second inning and actually came around to score in the big 3-run second inning that Klamath Union put together. That's been all their offense thus far. Now Baker finds himself behind in the count, 0-2. Here's the pitch. That one is popped up behind home plate. Takini racing. You'll have to let that one drop harmlessly to the dirt. The count remains 0-2. It was a good inning last time out for Bo Pyle. Quick 1-2-3 and had every way to do it. Fly ball, strikeout, ground out. We'll see what he's able to do here in the fourth. The 0-2 taken in the dirt. 1-2 the count to Baker. It's Baker, Mesa Bravo, and Maruk Morris due up this half for Klamath Union as they try to answer the call with Henley adding 2 in the bottom half of the third. Swung on and missed in the dirt. Takini pops up with it, throws down to first in time, and for Bo Pyle, that is his 5th strikeout of the game. And it comes here, creating 1 out in the fourth inning. Henley leading 5-3 as Luis Mesa Bravo steps in. And he walked, came around to score in that aforementioned second inning. Here's a weakly hit ball in the air out to shortstop. Shively gets underneath it and puts that one away for the second out. Pyle making quick work of the Pels here in the fourth as the lineup card turns over for KU. It's Maruk Morris.
I don't think I'd be wrong in saying that Henley has the momentum now.
Yeah, I'd say KU had it for a while there, but Henley is certainly taking it back. Now they're looking to hold on and hope to go for a series sweep of KU. Again, they won the previous 3 games back on April 3rd, and then one more back last Wednesday, and one already played today was a 10-0 win for Henley. As a matter of fact, they walked that game off in the bottom of the 5th. Right now, though, just leading by 2 in the top of the 4th inning, and a 2-0 count to Maruk Morris. This one fisted foul down the third base side. The count moves now to 2-1. After Morris, should the inning continue, it is Griffin Johnson. It's Bo Pyle from the windup. Here's the 2-1. That one hit back foul. Count even now, 2 balls and 2 strikes.
Is that the most beautiful sound in sports? Is the crack of a bat?
Yeah, when it goes forward. I don't know about a foul ball, but I'd say so. There, that's a good sound. That's a ground ball right up the middle for Morris at a base hit. That's, I think, what he was looking for. And even though it's for KU, I will still say I like that sound.
How do you think that measures up to a sound of a swish?
Oh, man. You know what I found, though, is that swishes are different in every gym you go to, though.
It's true.
The length of the net, or the style of nylon that they use, or any number of things can change that. So I love the crack of the bat. Single for Morris brings up Griffin Johnson, and he will take a ball. Johnson today has struck out and doubled. In the second inning, he hit an RBI double. That helped Klamath Union tie the game at the time. Here's a bouncing ball towards third, winds up foul. A count even, a ball and a strike. See if we can find some score updates for you. As it looks like Henley is leading Klamath Union in softball right now, 13-5.
Wow.
Let's see. 11-0 looks to be the score there. And let's see. Looks like Phoenix and Mazama just getting started. They are still scoreless. And Lost River playing Etna right now. Etna leads Lost River 7-1. The 2-1 in the zone, 2 balls and 2 strikes to Griffin Johnson. Of course, our score here, Henley 5, Klamath Union 3. Coach Overstreet in the third base coaching box urging his players swing away with 2 strikes, be aggressive. The 2-2 is swung on, but it's missed, and down goes Johnson to end the 4th inning. Klamath Union, no runs on a base hit. They leave them stranded. They trail 5-3 as we go to the bottom half of the 4th next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see 2 things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys, and I want to see my high school. And those are the 2 memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Sorry, Josh.
Getting ready for the bottom of the 4th inning. Henley leads Klamath Union 5-3 in the second of a doubleheader today. The final game of the season series between these cross-county rivals. Klamath Union, well, here we are at Henley High School. I'd say Klamath Union probably about a 10-15-minute drive. I'd say about 4 miles away from Henley High School. And always a good time when the Pelicans and the Hornets can get together. Due up this inning for Henley is Connor Shively, Jacoby Takini, and Max Price. Shively getting ready to step in now. The shortstop, the junior shortstop for the Hornets, is 1 for 2 today. Tripled in a run in the first inning. That was his first triple of the season. And then hit a line drive to second baseman, which was caught by Mesa Bravo out there. He's hit the ball hard twice. This time he pops it up in the infield. Looks playable for Reese Johnson, and he will make the catch. The first down.
Good first at bat for KU.
And again, not to continue to talk about P.J. Safford, of course, but another just, you can tell he's the captain out there, calling out guys to catch the ball, even from behind home plate, telling Johnson to call everyone off, make that catch, and he did. And he's just a solid leader out there behind the dish. And here's his counterpart, the Henley catcher, Jacoby Takini, as Morris furled in a nice little breaking ball there for strike one.
Yeah, we talk about PJ a lot, but I think he deserves all the recognition he gets.
Certainly so. Even as a member of an opposing team coming into it, I always like to recognize when opposing players do something notable. They're out there too, and Safford is he fits the bill for sure. A 1-1 count to Takini. Pitch to him here, hard liner foul down the third base side, 1-2. Looking at Takini so far today, doubled and singled, also has an RBI. He has allowed Porter Frost, his typical courtesy runner, to score 2 runs on the base paths today as well. 1-2 count to the freshman catcher for Henley. This time a ground ball out towards short. Johnson up with it, makes the throw to first in time, nearly took Ferns off the bag, and it did. As Ferns' foot popped off the bag. Coach Overstreet trying to plead and say the home plate umpire probably had a better angle on if the foot popped off. I got to say, from our angle, it didn't really look like his foot popped off. They might say Takini is out here. I'll be curious to see. I thought that looked pretty routine from my end.
Me too. Ferns is a long guy. It looked like he had that reach. I don't think he can step out the bag, at least in my point of view.
Oh, they are going to continue to call him safe. Timeout is called, and that's going to allow Porter Frost to come in the game. Coach Overstreet is coming out of the dugout. We'll see if he's going to argue his case. And he walks off the field with a chuckle, clearly disagreeing. It's hard to disagree with him. I think he's got a legitimate gripe out there, but instead that is going to be called an error against Johnson, allowing Takini to reach first. And in doing so, Porter Frost is out there. And the first pitch misses downstairs to Max Price. 1-0. Still 1 out in the bottom of the fourth inning. Henley leads Klamath Union 5-3.
We have the tape, if any other umps want to look at it.
This one popped up.
Uh-oh.
Playable.
Uh-oh.
No. Yikes. That looked like it bounced off the sidewalk and into somebody. Hope they're okay over there. Playable for the first row, maybe, not for PJ. And a young fan throws the ball back into the middle of the field. You know, back in my day, you could keep the foul balls like that and return them into the snack shack for a hot dog.
Ooh.
But we don't have the concessions open here at Henley, so no hot dogs for the young fans in attendance, unfortunately.
That was Little League for me.
Yeah.
I'd watch my cousin play. And
farm up those hot dogs?
Yeah. Sometimes I'd play and I'd keep a ball and just go to the concession stands. They wouldn't let me, though.
Porter Frost on the move to second, and the throw down is not in time. Frost is into second safely. That pitch was called a ball, 2-1. And now Price batting with a runner in scoring position. Wide batting stance for Price. Unique batting stance. We'll see where he goes here in a 2-1. This one hit foul, 2-2.
It seems like his batting stance, though unconventional, seems to generate a lot of contact.
Well, that's the thing for him, right? We talk about it all the time. He has speed. And so if you can just put a ball in play, you have a pretty good chance of getting on base for Max Price. 2-2. Here's the pitch. That one is hit foul. We'll do it again, 2-2. And some of the changes that Henley has made to the batting order, we kind of talked about it a little bit in the first game, right, when they switch up Carpenter and Shively. Normally Shively bats leadoff, Carpenter bats second. They've swapped this time. Price is another guy who's moved up in the order. He hit in the 8-hole last time these teams played on Wednesday. Now hitting in the 4-hole, I think, he makes contact, and the guys ahead of him, they get on base. And so he's not your traditional power bat in the cleanup spot, but he's the kind of guy to keep a rally going. And in this spot, in this lineup, he does his job well.
Certainly.
Full count to Price. Runner at second is Frost. Here's the pitch. Fouled back again. We'll do it once more.
Stays alive.
Puts together good at-bats.
This is the third deuce, I guess you would say. The third do it again. Third retry.
I like it.
Well, I play tennis, so when both players are...
Bouncing ball to third. Everett makes the throw in time. And that will be the second out in the fourth inning. But in the meantime, Frost does advance to third. And so runner 90 feet away from scoring now for Bo Pyle.
As I was saying, I play tennis. So when both players in tennis are tied, you have to win by 2.
Right.
So it's called deuce when they're tied, and then they go from there.
I like the new terminology you're mixing into my vocabulary here.
Uh-oh.
I've never been much of a tennis watcher. Here's a curveball, gets low past Safford. He's going to try to apply the tag on Frost, breaking for home, and got him. Heads up play by Safford to apply the tag, a bang-bang play that Klamath Union wins. Safford will get up with a limp, but that's a battle scar well run for the young man. Keeps things right where they are.
The cars we drive play an important part of our everyday. Whether we're going to work, dropping off the kids at school, or maybe even on that first date. Vehicles we drive play an important role in all of that. And that's why at Klamath Falls Subaru, we are so passionate about getting you the long-lasting vehicle that you will love. When you come to our store, you'll find that every department is dedicated to caring for our customers, which is why I can proudly send anyone here knowing that they will be treated like family. Stop by and say hi. When you come to Klamath Falls Subaru, you're coming home.
What was that last play?
Tag at home. Right, yeah. He was trying to go on a pass ball.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. It is Henley 5, Klamath Union 3. As we go to the top of the fifth inning, P.J. Safford leads off, and Walter Hartley with more play-by-play.
P.J. Safford up to bat. First ball, high down the middle. Brings the count to 1-0. We've got a good little ball game. It's close, this game.
5-3 in the fifth. Closest a game has been this late in the game this series. And P.J. Safford coming up to hit right now. How about the play he made to end last inning?
Oh, yeah. It looked like he stumbled off a little bit. I hope that doesn't affect his base running. Oh.
Luckily, he's a guy that you can have come in and have someone courtesy run for as the catcher, kind of like we talked about that Henley does with Jacoby.
It's true. Although it seems to me like he enjoys base running. So.
Well, KU also, I guess, to your point, KU also doesn't have a guy to come in and run for him. They've only got 9 guys in the order today, so he would be forced to base run in this situation.
They need to borrow someone from the track team, I think. All right.
I saw some of the pictures from the track team at the Mazama Invitational this past weekend.
Oh, yeah?
It looks like they look good. Looked like everyone had a good time at the Mazama Invitational from back on Saturday.
I think so. A couple of them are friends of mine, friends of my sister. I love everyone on the track team. They're a great group. Counts 3-1 as Pyle goes to pitch, and that's a strike. That'll bring it to full count.
Might have been the best pitch Safford's going to see this at bat. He's going to have to buckle down here in a full count. That one was right down the middle. Now he's got to settle back in.
Yeah. Well, a walk's safer than a fly.
We'll take getting on base, that's for sure.
Mm-hmm. All right, Ryan Glidden up to bat. Coach giving him signs. Pile up to pitch. Oh, that's a meatball. And it's fouled. So Ryan Glidden up to bat. His brother is not playing today, but oh, that's a fly to right field. And that'll be the first out for Henley. KU 3, or Henley 5, KU 3. 1 out in the top of the 5th inning. We've got Reese Johnson up to bat, the big guy. First pitch inside. Looked like he had to duck away from it a little bit. So, yeah, we've got a big guy, big strike zone. Interesting to see what Pyle can do with this.
Johnson's also, you look at him, he looks strong, and his body type has room to build more muscle on it as well. For a 3-sport athlete, he's a guy for KU I'd keep my eye on over the next couple years.
Oh, yeah. He's a gamer. He's a baller. He starting quarterback for varsity KU football, which, historically, seeing KU's teams isn't saying a lot, but last year they played really well. Out at first, Reese Johnson. That's the second out for Henley's defense. We got PJ Safford on second in scoring position. And that'll be Nathan Ferns up to bat.
RBI opportunity for him, a chance to atone for the error in the previous inning.
Which, personally, I don't think was an error.
Yeah,
but
it was a close play at first, but goes in the books as such. See if he can redeem himself.
Strike one. Caught the outside third of the plate. Great placement from the pitcher. Questionable call.
Really great curveball there from Pyle.
Ferns, big strike zone as well. Tall batting stance. Swing at it in the dirt. That'll bring on strike two. 0-2, pitcher's count.
Pyle goes off speed to get to 2 strikes. Probably expect a heater here.
Ferns stays alive. Ferns is also a big guy you can expect a big swing out of. Tall batting stance, big strike zone. He's going to have to swing it a lot here to try and stay alive. And he does. That's a foul ball.
Good job getting the bat to that ball, though. Sending it the other way.
I agree.
And Fern's a tall guy. He's also a junior. There's only one senior on this KU baseball team, and that's Ryan Glidden. This team's still room to grow. And like we've talked about multiple times, already improvement over last year. More wins than they had a season ago.
Ball high. Well, and Tilden Kaufman, one of their juniors, his ankle is still sprained, so he's still out.
Yeah, I saw Tilden in street clothes before the game, hoping he has a speedy recovery because he is a dangerous weapon for these Pelicans.
Yeah, he is.
And as they continue their season, he's going to be instrumental if KU wants to make another postseason push. They made the play-in game a couple years ago. I made a play-in game last year as well, but they've still yet to get over that hump and actually make it into the playoffs. And a guy like Tilden Kaufman can help you get there.
Yeah, especially with his batting. When he's hot, he's hot. A couple home runs here and there.
Yeah.
Definitely pushes the team forward as far as momentum and playing ability goes. Now, you cannot tell me that is a grown man.
Shiv?
That he isn't a grown man, yes.
He's got the best beard on the team. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, he does. Pile the pitch. That is a strike. And he'll swing at it. Can he beat it out? And he doesn't. And that's a quick inning for Henley. No scores run. That's Henley 5, KU 3. And as we head into the bottom of the 5th inning here on mybasin.com.
Sports was kind of what defined me as a person. I loved to play every sport I could possibly play. The Abbeys was really the family stomping ground for all of our community. Saturday afternoon soccer tournaments, we'd head over to Abbeys afterwards. And then when we got up into middle school, on our way home, we'd stop at Abbeys after basketball games. When I go home, I want to see two things when I drive through Winston. I want to see my Abbeys and I want to see my high school. And those are the two memories that stick out the most to me.
As a parent of a high school athlete, I've given up trying to get pictures of my kid playing sports. It's nearly impossible to take pictures and enjoy the game. There is a solution, though. God's Gifts Photography attends high school sporting events in the Basin to take individual and team action photos at a great price. Search God's Gifts 2 on Facebook to learn more. They'll come and capture your athlete in action, creating those frameable lifelong memories so you can watch and just enjoy the moment. Call 541-281-2206 to get your athlete on their schedule. God's Gifts Photography.
Welcome back to Henley Baseball on mybasin.com. We are in the bottom of the 5th inning, and with Henley 5, KU 3, as Henley looks to top off that 5-3 score here. Up next we'll see Bo Pyle, Derek Cox, and Corbin Hamilton. All right, the pitcher, Bo Pyle, up to bat, number 6.
Pyle was hit by a pitch in the first inning. He also singled in a run in the third. It was kind of that slow roller out into the mound after hitting the ball so hard so many times. He's able to get on base with a little slow roller in front of the mound. We'll see which type of contact Bo makes this time around.
Strike one. Now, we talked about the top of this Henley lineup is just so potent, so powerful, but we also talked about how well-rounded the bottom of this lineup is as well. And that's thanks to guys like Ryan Douglas, who don't have to hit hard to make it on base, or Bo Pyle, who can beat out a hit like right to the mound, beat it out to the first base.
Bo Pyle is a great hitter. It's just, he's just the way it is, sort of overshadowed by a handful of his teammates at the top of the order. This guy's had a great season at the plate, too. I believe as far as total extra base hits, I believe he's second on the team behind Carpenter. He's hitting the ball well. He's not quite up to 400, but over 300, that's a good year so far for Bo.
That's Hall of Fame in the MLB, no?
Darn right it is. And his pitching today has been on par with the best of them as well.
Absolutely. Morrison to pitch. That one's in the dirt. No pressure, though. No one on base. That brings the count to full. 3-2. 0 outs. Henley leads 5-3. Pyle looking for a hit here. And he finds it down the middle. That's going to be a first base hit there. If I'm Bo, this is definitely a game that I'm hanging my hat on.
Yeah, he's had a great game. Now 2 for 3. Well, actually 2 for 2 because he was hit by a pitch in his first at-bat. So 2 for 2 and a good day on the mound. By the way, Pyle has been courtesy ran for again by Chase Barrett. So he's out there on first base as Derek Cox gets ready to hit.
Derek Cox, the second baseman. He's another one of these guys who doesn't really have to hit it that hard to make it on base. He's fast. He lays down a bunt. Wow, it's almost like we know their whole game plan, huh?
You've seen enough. You know they like to get guys over. And especially, Henley is a team that likes to play up big. That's what they're used to. So here up 2 runs, they're going to try to add any that they can. They're not comfortable with a 2-run lead. So they're going to lay down a bunt perhaps. They're going to get something going on the base paths. They're going to get fancy with it in hopes of extending the lead.
Morris to pitch. And he lays it in there. Oh. Oh, man. I'm sorry. That happened too fast to call out. Bo Pyle just got in a pickle right there, and then he stole second before Ferns could throw it in. Derek Cox still at bat. The count is 0-2. 0 outs. Bo Pyle on second as Henley leads 5-3. Cox steps into the batter's box. Morris comes set. Looks at second base, considers it. Throws it, lays in the pitch. Great breaking ball. Got Cox swinging.
That's a really good breaking ball with 2 strikes. Something starts in the zone and then, just absolutely falls off the table to get Cox swinging. But
Absolutely.
For Derek, he's a guy who typically plays at the JV level, so having an at-bat like that where maybe you don't win that at-bat, you get fooled on a breaking pitch, you can certainly take that and learn from it for the young man.
Absolutely. And Maruk has proven himself to be a solid all-around pitcher, especially against a great team like Henley, holding Henley to 5 runs in the bottom of the 5th inning. That's unheard of.
One thing for KU, they've gone so long by being a team that doesn't win a lot. It's just kind of been how they have been for at least the last decade plus. So one thing I look at from them is, are they at least throwing strikes? It sometimes is the hardest hurdle for a pitching staff to get to, is just throwing strikes. And to Maruk's credit today, including hit batsmen and walks, only 3 free passes issued today. So he's done a good job of making Henley hit the ball. Now, to Henley's credit, they've got 7 hits and extra base hits and RBIs, but he's doing a good job of throwing strikes.
Nothing new for Henley, though.
That's also true.
Corbin Hamilton. The count is 1-2. It's Corbin Hamilton. Looks to get a hit. He has a man in position for an RBI. Swings in the dirt. He'll run to first. All right. Drop third rule. All right, that brings us to 2 outs. Score is still Henley 5, KU 3. 1 man on base. That's Bo Pyle on second.
Chase Barrett's running for Bo. That's okay. It's still his position, but Barrett is out there at second.
Carson Pimley up to bat.
Had a sacrifice fly and an RBI his last time around in the 3rd inning. He also flew out to left field back in the 2nd.
High strike, infield fly. That's caught by the shortstop. I believe that was Johnson with the catch, and that brings us to the top of the 6th inning. Henley 5, KU 3. This is Henley Baseball on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place that feels as good as home. And then I heard your voice, I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com. Henley leading Klamath Union 5-3 in the top of the sixth inning for the Hornets. 5 runs on 7 hits, 2 errors. They've left 6 runners on base today. For Klamath Union, 3 runs on 3 hits, 2 errors. They've also left 6 runners on base today. Due up in this sixth inning, it's the bottom of the KU order. It's Jack Everett, Nolan Baker, and Luis Mesa Bravo as Bo Pyle fires in strike 1 to get this at-bat started.
Now, do you think Bo will pitch the whole game?
Well, let's take a gander at his pitch count, which we did for Carpenter earlier. Carpenter did go the whole game, although that was just 5 innings. Here we are in the 6th, already gone longer than the previous game.
I think he has more than Carpenter had.
Ground ball out towards second. Cox up with it quickly. Throw on to first in time. And that'll be the first out in the 6th inning, bringing up Nolan Baker. Taking a look at the numbers so far on the day for Pyle. We'll just take a look at him in his entirety to this point in the game. By the way, that was 93 pitches for Pyle. 5 1/3 innings pitched, 3 hits. Only 2 of these runs have come across or earned. He's walked 3 and struck out 6. Here's a pop-up foul. Oh, stayed in play. Thought that was heading for my windshield.
No, it hit the net.
Thankfully. So here is Nolan Baker. He struck out back in the 4th, was hit by a pitch actually in the 2nd inning as he takes a ball high, 1-1. After Baker, it's Luis Mesa Bravo.
I think we do this every time, but can we just point out how beautiful that backdrop is?
Oh, I mean, one of the best in the state. I will say, and maybe I'm a little biased. Listen, I'm a graduate of Hidden Valley High School, and I will stand by this.
Goodness.
The backdrop there is equally as scenic as it is here at Henley High School. As down on strikes goes Nolan Baker for the 2nd out in the inning.
Explain to us at home, what do you mean by Hidden Valley is one of the most beautiful backdrops?
Well, I mean, it's the same, right? We're sat amongst these hills. You look out at center field, and when the sun sets in front of you at Hidden Valley, whereas the sun sets behind you here at Henley. And so that does add a little bit of atmosphere. But look, I'll tell you this much. I'd rather be at Rosser Field than just about anywhere else just because of the field quality, the people you see around here. I love our view from a broadcast vantage point. There's nowhere else I'd rather be. But if we're talking strictly beyond the center field fence, unfortunately my edge goes to the team out in Grants Pass. It's an 0-2 count right now to Luis Mesa Bravo. Pyle trying to set him down in order. Here's the 0-2. It's fought off by Mesa Bravo. He'll stay alive, 0-2.
So speaking about the A's, I just got to wonder, if these high school teams can have these beautiful parkways all to themselves, why did they have to share a coliseum with the football team?
We'll get into this. Here is the 0-2, 1-2. Coliseum has a lot of history. I think, for one, I loved going there. But I think the real thing is that KU and Henley have people at the top who care about them, whether it's Luke Hammond for Henley or Tyler Baker for Klamath Union. I don't think the owner of the Oakland A's cares about them very much. So I think really that's what it comes down to. You got people who care about the program versus people who don't. It's a 2-2 ready to be fired in against Mesa Bravo. Swings and misses. Pyle gets him down on strikes to end the top of the 6th inning. We'll go to the bottom half with Henley up 5-3. That's coming up next on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
Threads. There are many threads that run through our region. There are churches and schools and Little League teams that bring us together and bind us into communities. There are roads and cars, there are houses and jobs and businesses, all woven together to make the fabric of our communities. There are financial threads that are part of that tapestry as well. For over 80 years, it's been our pleasure to be headquartered here, providing financial services to generations of our friends and neighbors. From that first savings account, to retirement planning, and all of the cars and houses and groceries in between, we keep your money local, investing it back into our communities, adding more threads to the fabric to make our communities stronger. Pacific Crest Federal Credit Union. Find your path.
Do you say you're taking over this inning?
Yeah.
Josh?
Yeah.
Okay. Are we on?
We'll welcome you back to the bottom of the sixth inning. A couple of changes for Klamath Union as they find themselves down 5-3 against Henley. P.J. Safford into pitch for Klamath Union. Luis Mesa Bravo into catch. It looks like Jack Everett has moved over to second. Ryan Glidden is in at short. Reese Johnson now at third, and the former pitcher, Maruk Morris, is in center. And so that'll give us an opportunity here in just a moment to officially close the book on Maruk Morris. We'll read you out his final line score in just a moment. So for Maruk today, 5 innings pitched, 7 hits, 5 runs, 3 earned, and 1 walk. And now we'll take a look at the new man on the hill, and that is P.J. Safford. Safford, so far this season, this is his 7th appearance today, his first out of the bullpen, a record of 3-2 and an ERA of 2.5 through 24 2/3 innings of work. He'll have to go up against Ryan Douglas, Mark Carpenter, and Connor Shively for the Henley Hornets here in the bottom of the sixth. Again, Henley leads 5-3. Here's the first pitch from P.J. Safford. That one finds the zone. 0-1, maybe a bit off the outside, but Douglas behind in the count, 0-1. For Ryan today, he is 0-1. He grounded out to first in the second inning. He was also hit by a pitch. Here now down to the count 0-2 after fouling off the 0-1 pitch. Ryan Douglas on the season, batting .256, line drive right back to Safford, and he gloved it. Reactions like a cat for Safford at second, at the pitcher's mound. That was a great catch.
Wow.
Right back at you.
Had the whole crowd going, whoa.
That's impressive. It's that soft hands he learns from behind the plate, able to just coax that ball into his glove for the first out. But now the Henley lineup card turns over. It's Mark Carpenter. You'll watch a pitch sail high, 1-0. Here's a little bit of that battle we saw back on Wednesday with Safford on the mound, Carpenter at the plate. It was Safford who got the best of Carpenter back on Wednesday, but so far today, Mark has seen the ball well. In this game, he's 2 for 3 with a double and a run scored as well, and that's without us even talking about what he did in the first game when he was 2 for 4 with a home run. Here's the 2-0 to Carpenter. Checks his swing on a pitch that missed
down the middle.
Must have been low if it missed anywhere. I think it was around his knees. That's a good pitch, though, for Safford. But now Carpenter can be choosy in a 3-0 count. Here's the pitch. That one misses high. And a 4-pitch walk issued to Carpenter will bring up Connor Shively. Carpenter on base for the 3rd time today. And Shively is 1 for 3. He had an RBI triple in the first inning, has since been held hitless with a couple of fly balls. Safford looks the runner over at first before coming set. Now kicks and delivers. That pitch in the dirt On the move is Carpenter. Mesa Bravo going to eat that one and allow Carpenter to get into scoring position. A 1-0 count now to Connor Shively. After Shively in the Henley order, it's Jacoby Tacchini and timeout. They're going to go ahead and intentionally walk Shively.
Why is that?
Probably to create a force out at any base with one out. Jacoby Tacchini can certainly hit the ball hard, but I think he'd also tell you he's not exactly the fastest out of the box. So if you hit a ground ball in the infield, you get a force anywhere. I think that's the thinking for KU.
Turn 2?
Exactly.
There is one out, so a double play would be what they want.
Watch for Safford to pitch low here. Tacchini looking to lay down a bunt. Here's the pitch. First pitch misses low, 1-0. See if they still got the bunt on. Coach Sean Teeters, the third base and head coach for for Henley, issuing the signs to his team. See if it's a new set of signs and a 1-0 count. Tacchini still showing bunt as the corners come in for KU.
I got taught that you want to if you're the pitcher and someone's bunting, you want to throw it high so his bunt is therefore ineffective.
Either throw it high, or if you feel confident enough, a little bit of a curveball might get a guy dipping his bat a little bit to try to chase it, creating a pop-up. We'll see where Safford goes here in a 1-0. He pulls back. It's a strike called. Both runners on the move. Carpenter to third, Shively to second. Couple of guys in scoring position for the league leader in RBI. Already 2 for 3 today. A double back in the first, a single in the third, and then reached on an error in the fourth. Now in a 1-1 count. Safford back working out of the windup with runners on base. Here's a pitch. That one is offered up at and missed. 0-2. Tacchini chasing the breaking ball out of the zone. Now we'll see where Safford tries to go here. Max Price on deck. Infield comes in for KU as they're going to try to potentially cut down the lead runner and a ground ball in the infield. The outfield, well, the right fielder, Johnson, playing in a couple of steps, but everyone else pretty much straight away. Here's the 1-2. Ground ball to short, under the glove of Glidden and into left center field. Carpenter is going to score. They're waving Shively around. He will dive in safely. Throw to second to try to backdoor Tacchini. He's in safely. And Henley leads 7-3 on the 2 RBI single for Jacoby Tacchini.
Tough break for KU. Was that labeled an error?
That'll be a base hit. Glidden had to dive to try to get to that ball, so not really a routine play. And so I'd give Tacchini the hit plus the 2 RBIs as this inning continues with Carpenter and Shively both scoring. Now, it would still just be a single for Tacchini, not a double, because he advanced on the throw in. So he's on base with a single, and here's Max Price.
Now, do you think that moving the infield in was a bad idea?
I think you would still want to play the infield in there and try to cut down the runner. Now, you say if Glidden was playing straight up, he probably makes that play because the ball doesn't get on him as quick.
Right.
But I think ultimately the coaching staff made the right move in trying to play the infield in. It's just, the old adage, hit them where they ain't. And right now, that's exactly what Jacoby Tacchini did. Price in a 1-0 count with Porter Frost at second. This pitch in the dirt, and a 2-0 now to Price. Taking a look at the day for him so far. A fly out in the first, reached on an error in the third, came around to score. And he also grounded out in the fourth inning.
I've heard batters talk about how they want to hit it to a certain spot. Does that add to the difficulty, trying to hit it a certain way versus just trying to hit it at all?
I think you have an idea of an approach when you go up to the plate. And it kind of varies by situation, too. It's a 2-1, a curveball beautifully broken off there by Safford, 2-2. I think more than trying to hit the ball in a certain direction, you try to either hit the ball on the ground or in the air. There are certain situations where a deep fly ball, for example, a sacrifice fly, you get a runner in, or a ground ball hard hit in the infield like we saw a moment ago, drives in a run. And so as far as going left or right with it, you'll see guys in the big leagues talk about that potentially, but at this level, you're mostly just wanting to put the ball in play. 3-2 the count to Price. Big pitch underway from Safford. Hit in the air, foul, out of play. We'll do it again. After Price in the order, it's Bo Pyle, Henley's starting pitcher. I'm curious to see if he goes back out there for the top of the 7th inning with his pitch count nearing 100, or if we see a taste of Corbin Hamilton to close out the game. Wouldn't be surprised. Full count once again coming to Max Price. That one misses in the dirt. On the move to third is Porter Frost. That'll put runners at the corners with one away for Bo Pyle. Pyle is 2 for 2 today. He was hit by a pitch in the first and has since singled twice, including an RBI in the 3rd inning. Pyle, the kind of guy you love in situations like these where really he can swing away and try to put a jolt behind that ball. On the move is Max Price. It is a called strike, and Price is into second safely. Now 2 runners in scoring position. And in situations like this, KU has opted for an intentional walk, this time choosing not to do it, having faith in Safford to go right after Bo Pyle. Now ahead in the count, 0-1. Here's a pitch. Curveball, that one that starts in on the hands of a right-handed hitter, breaks across the plate. And Safford using it to get ahead and stay ahead here. Infield for KU comes in with 2 runners in scoring position and 1 out. The pitch. Pyle chases that one in the dirt. No throw to first, and even on a dropped third strike, Bo Pyle will advance to first. This brings up Derek Cox with the bases loaded and 1 away. Not sure if that ball got stuck in the chest piece of Mesa Bravo or...
I think it got stuck underneath the chin of his mask.
That's unfortunate. He was looking for the ball around his feet, and then it just fell out of his person. I wasn't quite sure where exactly it was. Just an unfortunate break there. We'll see if Derek Cox can capitalize it. High fly ball, deep right field, but well foul. The count moves to 0-1. After Derek in the order, it's Corbin Hamilton.
Bases loaded.
Here's the pitch from Safford. That one misses low. A ball and a strike.
Great RBI opportunity, wouldn't you say?
No doubt about it. Ball in play, as long as you stay out of a double play, will score at least 1 run.
Yeah.
And anything extra is, well, just that. It's extra. Henley already up by 4, leading by a score of 7-3 here in the bottom of the 6th inning, trying to get it to the top of the 7th to secure a win and also to win the season and sweep the season series. 2-1. Cox rolls 1 foul. 2-2.
So would you say in this situation it's better to hit a fly to avoid the double play?
Definitely want to keep the ball in the air if you're the hitter. And the goal for Safford, he's throwing Derek pitches low, trying to get him to hit a ground ball, which could potentially end the inning. It's up to Derek to try to hit one in the air, get it to the outfield somewhere. Here's a curveball looked at for ball 3. Might have missed upstairs to Derek, but a good breaking pitch there from P.J. Safford. Let's see where he goes now in the 3-2. That one's hit in the air, center field. Moving over is the left fielder, Baker. He will move over to make the catch. 1 run will come in to score. It's Porter Frost on a sacrifice fly. And an RBI for Derek Cox, bringing up Corbin Hamilton as Henley now builds upon their lead up 8-3. Nobody else advances on the base paths, so Max Price stays out at second. It's Chase Barrett at first. And again, Corbin Hamilton to hit here. 2 outs in the inning. And for Corbin today, 0 for 2. A fly out, a strikeout, and a walk. Both runners on the move. It is a called strike. An 0-1 count now to Corbin. He took that good breaking ball all the way to allow Barrett and Price each to advance. Now batting with a pair of runners in scoring position. This one is sent right back up the middle. Glidden got a glove on it, but slowed its roll into center field. That's going to allow Price to score, and Barrett comes right along home with him. And a 2 RBI single for Corbin Hamilton brings up Carson Pimley. Looks like we got Coach Overstreet coming out, taking the ball from P.J. Safford, probably worried about his pitch count out there. You want to keep him available for later on in the week if you're Klamath Union. And he will come on out of the game. We'll see where he re-enters and who exactly they bring in to pitch. What we're going to do is step aside as we sort it all out. Henley baseball continues in just a minute with the Hornets up 10-3 on 104.3 and 960 Sports and on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and moan. Seems like I've been waiting forever, wondering if you're coming home. I just saw your face, I know you're coming home. I swear there is no place home. And then I heard your voice. I know you're coming home. I know you're coming home.
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coltwell Banker, where home begins.
Looks pretty good.
New pitcher out there for Klamath Union is Ryan Glidden has entered the ball game in relief of P.J. Safford. For Glidden so far this season, this is his sixth appearance of the season, his fifth in relief. Only 3 2/3 innings pitched entering play today, 13.36 ERA, although a very small sample size for Glidden, who when he throws strikes is just as good as the rest of them, but the problem for Glidden has been his command. And right now all he needs to get is one out, and the task at hand is Carson Pimley. Henley has already scored 5 runs in this inning to find themselves up by a score of 10-3. Started out with a fly ball, then 2 walks and a 2 RBI single. Kind of derailed this inning for Klamath Union. Max Price then walked, sacrifice fly for Derek Cox, and most recently, Corbin Hamilton, who finds himself at first base here, a 2 RBI single. Now he's on the move. Throw down to second is going to be airmailed into center field. Bo Pyle now trying to get to third. That's Corbin Hamilton trying to get to third, and he does. And now a stolen base. I think they probably just marked that an error.
Yeah.
But regardless, that puts Hamilton at third for Carson Pimley. Now a base hit scores him. Pitch coming up. That one is going to get by the catcher, hit off the brick backstop. Throw to try to get the runner is not in time. Hamilton scores. Henley leads 11-3. But now if there's any silver lining for Ryan Glidden, the bases are empty, and you can pretty much come right after Carson Pimley here. It's up to Pimley, on the other hand, to keep the rally going. So far today for Carson, couple of flyouts and a sacrifice fly. He is 0 for 2 with an RBI. 2-0 is going to miss 3-0. On deck, where we all started with Ryan Douglas. So we talked about P.J. Safford was pitching, Ryan Glidden coming in relief of him. It's actually just going to be a clean swap with Safford taking Glidden's old position over at shortstop. Here's the 3-0 home. Strike one.
Is there any rule as far as how many times you can go through your batting lineup in high school ball?
Not a single inning. They just have the one mercy rule, which is leading 10 after 5 innings.
So you could
hit in the air, right field. It's going to be a tough ball for anyone to play, and no one is going to get to it. Throw to second to try to get Pimley, and aggression on the base paths is going to cost him. It's a hit, but he's thrown out trying to stretch a single into a double to end the 6th inning. But we'll go to the 7th as Henley tries to slam the door, up 11-3 here on 104.3 and 960 Sports with live free video on mybasin.com.
It starts to warm up outside. It's time to tackle your lawn. And Kyle's Lawn Care is who to contact. Kyle's been doing lawn care in Klamath Falls for over 9 years. He offers a variety of services designed to make your life easier. Kyle's Lawn Care offers weekly mowing jobs, which includes mowing, edging, and blowing off sidewalks, snow removal, big cleanup jobs, dump runs, and more. At Kyle's Lawn Care, they strive to give each job their all and go the extra mile to exceed their customers' expectations. To get an estimate, you can call or text 541-281-3623. Kyle's Lawn Care.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Josh Eldridge and Walter Hartley back with you here on 104.3 and 960 Sports. Getting ready in the top of the 7th inning, a game in which Henley leads 11-3. And we've got a new pitcher on the mound for Henley. That's going to be the right-hander Max Price. Looking at the season so far for Price, this will be his 4th appearance of the season and his 3rd in relief. Price, without a decision on the year, 6 2/3 innings pitched, an ERA of 5.2, although, again, a pretty small sample size for the Henley sophomore right-hander. We'll see how he fares against the top of the Klamath Union order. It's Maruk Morris, Griffin Johnson, and P.J. Safford standing in the way of the Hornets and a series sweep. First pitch to Morris is hit foul, 0-1. Price, not a guy who gets a ton of time out there on the mound, but a good opportunity for him here in a game where, well, you're up 8 runs, you only need 3 outs to complete it, and against a lineup that has struggled the last few innings, a good opportunity for Price to get a little work in here. The 0-1 on its way. A curveball finds the, did it miss? I think that missed. 1-1. Thought that would have been a strike on the outer third, but instead the count is even. Maruk Morris steps back in. Morris singled in the 4th inning in his last at-bat. Here he takes a strike over the middle. 1-2. He also reached on an error in the 2nd and reached on a walk in the 1st. So the old on-base percentage feeling pretty good today for Maruk Morris at the top of the order. Price trying to set him down here on a 1-2. Curveball swung on and missed in the dirt. Tag applied. He is out. And 1 away in the top of the 7th inning. Worth noting that with Bo Pyle having exited the game now, we can read you out the final line score for the Henley starter today, and we'll likely re-mention it as the winning pitcher in our post-game show. But Pyle went in 6 complete innings, 3 hits, 3 runs, 2 of them earned. He struck out 8 against 3 walks as Price starts out Johnson in an 0-1 count. For Griffin today, he did double in the 2nd inning, brought home an RBI. Otherwise, he struck out twice. The 0-1, ground ball out towards second. Derek Cox up with it. Throw on to first is in time for the 2nd out. 2 quick outs for Max Price, just what the doctor ordered. And here comes P.J. Safford. An error, a fly out. He did reach on a walk in the 5th inning. Trying to extend the game for his Pelicans, and Price looks to slam the door. Safford crowding the plate a little bit. Here's the first pitch. A curve ball bounced right back towards the mound. Price is up with it, jogs over to first, underhand toss in time, and that will be the ball game. Henley coming away with an 11-3 win. We'll be back to recap it all for you as we continue your coverage this season of Henley baseball. Live here on 104.3 and 960 Sports with free video on mybasin.com.
So lonely, I just sigh and
This is where unconditional love and immeasurable happiness reside. This is home. Coldwell Banker, where home begins.
The innocence of youth. Is there anything any better? But soon they'll be in high school and facing all the same challenges you faced. How to make friends, how to fit in, how to be cool. We want our children to have everything they'll need to live fulfilling and productive lives. Make sure the kids in your family are among the more than 120,000 participants here in Oregon who take part in high school sports or activities.
Introducing Smith Bates Marcom Solutions, your trusted partner in marketing and communication. We specialize in crafting compelling campaigns, eye-catching graphics, and impactful branding materials.
Smith Bates is like working with dependable friends. They always help us build our professional image.
Through the innovative strategies that the team at Smith Bates suggested, we've been able to give the brand at Calor the boost that it desperately needed.
Unlock your potential with Smith Bates Marcom Solutions.
Go.
You're approachable.
A day at the ball field is over as the Henley Hornets come away with a couple of wins over the Klamath Union Pelicans, most recently 11-3. Henley with 11 runs on 9 hits, 2 errors. They left 6 runners on base today for Klamath Union, 3 runs on 3 hits, 3 errors. They also left 6 runners on base today. The winning pitcher is Bo Pyle. We mentioned him briefly at the end of the game. 6 innings pitched, 4 hits, 3 runs, 2 earned, 3 walks, and 8 strikeouts. The losing pitcher today, that's going to be Maruk Morris, who gave up 5 runs, 3 of them earned. He allowed 7 hits, 1 walk, and he struck out 2. The final line score for him. The only other Hornet to pitch today was Max Price, pitched 1 inning, didn't give up any runs or hits, and he did strike out 1. Pacific Power play of the day today as I look over my sheet here. Oh, boy. You know, it's hard to just pick one play, but I'm going to highlight Jacoby Takini during this segment. He finished 3 for 4 with 3 RBIs, 2 singles, and a double. Even though not exactly one of these stood out as better than the other, I think the performance from Jacoby will earn him a highlight during our Pacific Power play of the day. A couple other notables here for Henley. Mark Carpenter finishing 2 for 3 with a couple of runs scored. We also had 2 for 3 from Bo Pyle with an RBI. Derek Cox had a couple RBI, no hit required there. Let's see. Corbin Hamilton also 1 for 3 with a couple of runs batted in for Henley. And highlight a couple notables for KU as well. Maruk Morris, 1 for 3, couple of RBIs. Griffin Johnson, 1 for 4, and an RBI as well. Those who would like to see the full box score can do so later this week on mybasin.com when we post our little brief recaps of all the games from this week. Once again, the final scores for you today. Henley claiming both of a doubleheader. The opener 10-0 and the nightcap 11-3. Walter, do you have any final thoughts before we wrap this guy up?
Great performance from Henley, obviously, like normal. I thought that KU did a great job in the second game, staying with it. Just kind of towards the end, they kind of gave up, but that's understandable against this potent Henley team.
Yeah, it was 5-3 going into the 6th inning, and 5 more Henley runs that inning kind of ballooned that lead to an unapproachable. But you're right, Klamath Union, they played pretty good throughout most of this contest, but eventually fall in this one 11-3. Want to thank everybody who made today's broadcast possible, both head coaches for getting us lineups and getting us what we need before the game. That'd be Sean Teeters for the Hornets and Mike Overstreet for the Klamath Union Pelicans. Coming up next for both of those teams, Henley will be back here on Saturday when they take on Junction City. For Henley fans who may not know, tomorrow's scheduled road trip to Crater has been canceled. They were scheduled to play South Umpqua. That game has been canceled, likely, from what I hear, to be rescheduled later in the season, although that's still up in the air. So Henley's next game is home against Junction City on Saturday for Klamath Union. They look to bounce back, get back to winning ways on Wednesday against Phoenix. Klamath Union drops to 7-9 overall, 2-7 in Skyline Conference play. Henley improves to 13-2, 9-0 in conference play. I want to also thank our official scorer today, Rob Sims, for making sure we halfway know what we're talking about over here when it comes to errors and hits and runs scored and all of those sorts of things. Also, want to thank you for tagging along with us on another fine afternoon of Henley baseball. Like I said, we'll be back on Saturday with a doubleheader against the Junction City Tigers. But until then, my name is Josh Eldridge, and for my partner Walter Hartley, saying good night from Rosser Field on the campus of Henley High School.